Look that.
Yeah. They're going to hide their last pick, gold lane, for Vamos. Spirit are going to have to reveal all their cards. We know already where the Paquito, Hirara, and Uranus are going, so it's about the mid and roam right now. To deal with the Marcel, to try to get control early, what do you go on mid and roam? That's the question. You need to go for Prio. But is it Cho? Do they really want to go Cho?
I've always been a guy to say don't pick Cho into Marcel, even though it is very skill-based and players have gotten better for it.
Eudora?
They can pick off.
Matilda.
Pick him. Oh, Matilda.
Yeah.
Wow.
The Eudora, pretty solid against the Nolan. Going to be very annoying. It also enables the Hirara quite a bit. The Matilda's there, and they still go for the Brody. Okay, you can deal with the Paquito somewhat in lane.
Yep.
But that Matilda, if everybody just comes flying by at you, dude, it's going to be a rough game. So it's all about early game. It's all about that Turtle 1. It's all about snowballing for both.
And maybe they have the answer here. Obviously, the Marcel has been one of the most dominant picks when let through. Just alone with that, are you liking Vamos' draft a lot better?
Well, I really like the Marcel, but it depends on how they are able to pull off that early game. I can see some angles where the Marcel could give a lot of difficulty for Spirit, but equally, Spirit might just not even care about the golden hour.
All right, well, we'll see. Is it going to be golden hour here? Marcel let through yet again. Will he continue his dominance here at MSC EWC 2026? Let's send it over to Leo and Trex for game 2.
Back in the land of Dawn, we're going into game number 2. We're expecting Vamos to equalize, given that they are going to die on this hill. They're once again playing the Brody and the Zushin.
Let's see if it works better this time. I do think they have a little bit more of an engage capability with this Marcel. That's the trigger finger, right? They also have the Barats on Sepat. It's definitely a very different lineup around the Brody. You have some way to make space for him to actually move around in these team fights.
And you're winning in the jungle. Again, the Nolan into the Hirara is a slightly more advantageous. Oh, Zikif taking a bit of damage here. As I was saying, a bit of a more advantaged head-to-head against the Hirara, which Zara Egoist has to figure out. But one must consider, he has momentum on his side. He's, again, just playing the same hero, pressing load game.
And we already see the momentum that he's trying to create, even his routing there. Instead of just going straight to orange, he makes a quick pit stop in the mid lane, looking for some possible pressure. They're able to get the Litho Wander, so Team Spirit already showing after the momentum of game 1 that they want to keep on attacking.
Yep, Zikif here, escorting Error 404 for a little side lane small camp action. Pop in Bomba, putting him at half health. And I think this should be a successful small camp steal.
Arrow 4-4s are unable to get there in time. He's already used his retreat. But the attack onto the top side, Sawo getting space. Both teams, though, still taking it slow. Zauer going to try to take a camp of his own now. But a lot of damage. Lands on Arrow or Error, but actually gets back onto Team Spirit. He's going to move back onto his camp. Sawo continues to harass here.
If this was anyone else other than the Matilda, it would have been a difficult situation to try and clap back. Maybe just a Minotaur with a motivation roar would have topped you off from the burstiest hero on paper in Mobile Legends. This is an equal turtle dance that we're starting up. Looks like Zauer might go for his purple first.
Nice deadness, welcome. Sawo able to flick back though, but still gets pulled in. Sunset Lover looking for the engage as well. All of them brought back in. Vamos. But look at the damage from Bomba. Arrow 404 goes down. Turtle goes into Team Spirit's hands as well. And it's hell for Vamos right now as 3 members drop right when they thought they had it.
I'll take that deal any day, twice on Thursdays. Sawo for 3 and a turtle. Let's see that again.
All right, everyone gets brought back in. A nice play, and Vamos feels like they have it, but Kid Bomba in the midst of them, continuing to get damage. Oh, they're just too grouped up.
All right, triple stacks on the Ionic Edge, I think, is what did the job. And I think just Sunset Lover getting superconductor stacks on everyone. Sawa says it's worth it. Oh, okay, so top half of the map, again, different story from game 1. Can they get it flipped over on the bottom side? At least it's a better situation for Natco. Natco did not die in the first 2 minutes.
Natco hasn't gone down, but just about everyone else has. Sakif takes a lot of damage. Vamos, how do you recover from that in a fight where you just felt like you had it? And it's the same exact story as game number 1. Vamos creates this engage. They almost get it, but Team Spirit always responds better. And you mentioned it last time, who do they keep on targeting? Who do they keep on getting the kill on? Sawo. But it just doesn't matter, and it's the same exact story as game number 1.
40 seconds till the turtle spawns, and Sawo is everywhere. That's just what you get off of Wilderness Blessing, and of course just the sheer mobility that a Matilda brings, which some way somehow kind of counters what a Marcel does in breaking your formation, and what Klokun wants to do with the Zushin to try and get you closer in. Team Spirit can reset over and over again, which explains a majority of, even in the neutral, even when fights aren't happening, why Spirit get to do what they want. Another small camp steal here from Zariguist. He is up by about a level, a full XP bar from Error 404. I'd say Vamos still have to be very cautious about taking this next objective. Spawns in the same spot.
Not only that, Seppa takes that long rotation down to boss side, and now he just makes his level 7, almost starts, but he's falling behind Kinbaba once again. Vamos, they're rotating around, but never really making a play out of it, honestly. But there's a nice Detona's welcome. Does land down, and Sawo falls. This time Vamos doesn't pay the price for it, at least not yet, but no, he goes there to make sure they get the counterattacks. The key falls. More damage comes out from Nako in the backside as Seppak continues to hold the front line. Team Spirit looking for the re-engage. Sunset Lover continues to drop the beacon down along with Klokun.
Impressive reposition by Hiko, looking for potential targets. Air 404 holding onto the brush. Turtle out of 4.
Hiko into the backside with a nice 1-2, forcing Air 404 away as Team Spirit gets the second turtle. Team Spirit don't have to force this. They already got what they came for, but they do seem to want to present the attack. Vamos back under the towers, losing another turtle and falling behind more and more.
Deja vu. Might not have been as bombastic of a trade, a 3-for-1, but a kill onto Sawa for everything else that Team Spirit walked away with, plus a conversion into a tier 1 up top. This is Team Spirit finding their footing. This is them playing comfortably in the knockouts, while Vamos, again, by picking 2 out of the 5 same heroes, are ending up with the same issues. Once they've used the Detona's welcome, once they've come in with Air 404's Kitten Burst. Oh, another one, Detona's welcome on a Uranus.
I don't think they're going to have enough damage for that, but wait, everyone does pile on top. Consecration does pop. They're going to walk right into Zard here. Tower will get away, but still that's, oh, in the mid-side, Hiko finds Nako, and this is the constant response that Team Spirit brings. Every time Vamos drops a test, Team Spirit has the answers. Now they're going to move on to this purple buff as Vamos is kicked out of town, forced away out of their own jungle.
Oh man, even the purple buff is in jeopardy, and Zaur just yeets that out of Error 404's hands. They're propelling up to a 5,000 gold, leaves a flicker in!
A lot of damage on a Seppat. Nice golden hour does come out from Vamos, all of them trapped under the tower, but it also stops them from taking tower shots. And that's going to help them succeed in taking that tier 3. Arrow 404 on the run. Team Spirit on the chase non-stop throughout this game.
That's 2 full levels that Zaur is ahead of Arrow 404. And Trex, correct me if I'm wrong, it took about 7 minutes for the first significant golden hour to be cast. It could have been perfect. It could have been perfect underneath a tier 1-2, but now Zkeef is running for his life, canceling that circling eagle. Natko might be one more casualty, but all while this was happening, the final turtle goes to Team Spirit.
It's looking rough for Vamos at this point. Team Spirit consistently has the answers. I gotta point out Hiko as well. He hasn't always, I feel like ever since the Gold Fighter really became popular over the past year or so, Hiko hasn't really gotten to shine on one, and this is probably one of the best games I've seen on him on a fighter in the gold lane, the Paquito. He's been finding angles, he's been outputting damage, he's performing today.
And it's what you need with this kind of lineup. Again, the forward momentum, catching the Vanguard, flanking from the sides. Even Arrow 404 is scared of the Paquito. Hiko's getting punished here by Zkeef, but the advantage is just so palpable. It's huge. Kid Bomba, chunked down to half. Purple here, still denied out of Arrow 404.
He hasn't seen a purple for about 2 minutes now, maybe more. Vamos only getting 2 kills on the board so far, losing towers, haven't taken any objectives from the side of Team Spirit. They are smothering, and don't get me wrong, with a heavy frontline lineup that Team Spirit has brought, you kind of expect this power spike in the 6 to 9 minute mark. But Vamos has not been doing a good job at responding. They haven't been doing a good job of finding answers. They've actually been forcing fights sometimes when it's not even their time.
This is a clear sign that you shouldn't be. Because in that little moment, the sequence down bottom when they pushed tier 2, Hiko was putting fist to face against 3 with very little punish. He was doing that with impunity. Sure, Sawa was in the vicinity, but what does VMS do here? Vamos, they're looking to again get stacks on Natco's ult, stop them all with the perfect golden hour, and then Arrow 404 to clean up. Like, that's the perfect picture here, with Sepat being the engagement. That is, for now, again, deja vu, the grocery list of things that Vamos has to do to maybe cut this lead in half. I'm not saying even get a lead of their own, I'm just saying to staunch the bleeding.
I mean, Vamos trying to do exactly that right now with the staunch the bleeding, with cutting lanes. Arrow 404 finding his way down the bot, finding his way to the mid. But I don't think this is a fight they want. I think at this point you just give up this Lord. Sawo unable to be caught by Marcel. Team Spirit having so much movement on the map that Vamos just isn't able to keep up in any way, not even in the macro, but also in the micro, in these small fights. Normally Zakif wants to run in on a Marcel, get stuns on everybody, but all they're ever landing on is Bomba. Oh, Team Spirit looks for this orange now as well.
Even the orange will be denied from Vamos. Now at an 8K gold lead. Putting myself in Malaysia's finest boots, all right? I'd say that little dance, or an attempt to dance, was more of just to stop Team Spirit from even pushing off lane. Because even the long lane is under the Dragon's control. Mid lane gets taken down. No more big turrets outside the base. Even an ideal flare will do nothing, because Team Spirit is literally 2 or 3 tax brackets above Vamos.
Oh, they tried to go for the pop before the Lord connects onto that inhibitor. They weren't quite able to get it. But still, down to nothing but inhibitors. Team Spirit could try to really break this down. Another wave comes in. Waiting for the top side, Team Spirit builds up as the bottom crashes as well. Arrow 404 taking orange buffs just to try to maybe recall and get back involved in this fight with a little bit of something. But look at the damage on his Zakif. Hiko takes him out as Kid Bomba jumps into the back line. Zaur there as well, able to get a big kill. Clockun bursts back, but Hiko under the base. Team Spirit want to close game 2 out just as fast as game 1.
They refuse to give anyone over. They're backing out for the mere fact that there's no more wave, so they can take their time here. Bottom lane does have that chubby wave, taking care of that tier 1. And I think Team Spirit will continue to play Hunger Games. This is where they continue to just deny everything away from their opponents as they push mid lane inhibitor.
Oh, another pick by Kid Bomba. Nice golden hour. Vamos trying to output some damage. A nice Detona's welcome. Brings it back under. Sawo does go down. Arrow 404 able to get the kill. Bazaar still there, taking out Natco. Hiko falls. Vamos trying to defend. It's 2v2. And Arrow 404 able to pick it up. But Sunset Lover still stands until he finally drops. It's Clockun left over. Vamos defend the base.
A Pyrrhic victory for Vamos. They risked life and limb. Look at all these corpses lay about. And they were moments away from losing, but again, did they die? No, they didn't. They're still in it. Game 2. The base still stands.
And with the game being just past the 12-minute mark, about 30 seconds for the Lord, Vamos could bide some time to start to scale. Team Spirit, though, do you think that was an overstep? Do you think they should have tried to end it there? Do you think it, you know?
All right, if you're gonna ask me, I'd say the smarter move would have just been to back off, wait for it. But this is a Team Spirit we know and love. If they can see an end, then they will try to find that end. Truth be told, if they stay there 2 more seconds, free hits on the base, it would have been over. So I don't blame him for finding and trying to end it right then and there, but still, who's to say that this isn't over just yet? They're up by about 5,500 gold. Vamos looking to contest. Team Spirit secures the Lord. That's a golden hour started up.
The beacon comes in as well. Golden hour unable to help Vamos stop that Lord or pause it all. But Hiko gonna get pulled back in as Arrow 404. Gets the connection, but Hiko still doesn't go down. Natco finally takes him out. Team Spirit forced to back off. Lord goes down. Zaur looked for the re-engage along with Bomba. Vamos down about 70% health amongst all members. As Sawo looks for an angle in as well around the backside. Able to get the knock up. The rest of the team split up Vamos.
Let's go. This is Triple O gets found out by Zauer and Kid Bamba between 3.
Will go down, double kill for Zauer. Sunset Lover just hanging it out. Team Spirit now with an opportunity to fully end this. Now with an opportunity to finish what they started last time. And Zauer in the backside gets the triple. Looking for the Maniac, can't quite get the final kill. But he doesn't have the ego right now. He just wants to end the game. But in comes air, a Maniac for Zauer. Zakif under the base. Zauer wants to go for it, but he just can't connect. The base goes down, and Team Spirit take game 2.
The Dragons of the North are at match point. Game after game, they have pushed forth, and they have not denied themselves the play style that we have known them for years. It's now up to Team Vamos to figure out how to rope their way out of this 0-2 slump.
And that's a long road ahead. It's a best of 5 for Team Vamos to do this. We're talking 3 games in a row. And the way they've been looking, the way they've been playing, it definitely seems like a hard road. We've seen some moments of clean play, even in that second to last base defense. Some ability to turn things around in a team fight. The big problem right now has got to be the early game. And even here in this first 5 minutes, looking at some of those highlights, you see them try to go for plays. How many Detona's welcomes did they land? And it just bites them in the back end, you know? It just completely reverses onto them. And it's the same exact story as game number 1.
Looking at the math, 3 out of 5, Team Spirit was still winning the lane draft equation. 2 out of 5, and again, in the small moments where Sepat was able to find an ideal Detona's welcome, even an almost perfect missile expert displaced the formation. The math just doesn't check out. So now, Vamos has to go back to the drawing board and revisit how they ran a perfect run in the group stage, because they gotta get back in that position to try and claw their way out and maybe hopefully get a reverse sweep. Let's throw back to our panel with Rain Day.
Thanks, guys. I mean, you gotta respond. You gotta fix the hair as well, Mirko. Of course, I'm coming to you on the jib, man. But you gotta also respond to the emotion. You know, I would say if you saw that clip, you'd think the series is already done. But what we know in MSC, despite how good it looks for Team Spirit, is that you have to expect the unexpected. We have seen upset after upset, but guys, Rinmar, Mirko, Rene back on the desk, it's really hard to think that Team Spirit is going to let this one go. EECA having a great performance.
Yeah, I think we're just going to start it off like how we started off yesterday. It seems like Spirit really just learned from their loss against Vamos, getting pushed to the limit by Guangzhou Gaming, having to reverse sweep that team just so that they make it to this point. Vamos look like they're just absolutely shocked about what kind of team they're up against now.
Absolutely, man. There's so many moments in that game where I just had my hand on my head, and that's why I gotta fix
That's why you gotta fix it back.
Dude.
Yeah, I can back that up. Yeah, definitely. That's what happens.
Bomba has an unkillable buff for some reason. Again, could be the family buff here.
It's the family buff,
It's
man.
for sure the family buff, but my goodness, 2 times now, right? In game 1 with Esmeralda, game 2 with the Uranus, he gets away from a 4-man gang. This time, chomped down, and Nolan comes around as well, and he baited the entire team. And that, I think, was the big push to the snowball for Spirit.
Yeah. There's actually so much, it feels like so much prio.
My blade is ever at your up for an adventure.
The light of Manoa will shine once I've lost too much. This time, I'll...
Let me give you a tour of Eruditio, the secret to being a good gunner.
Lost too much. This master your rage. Make it your greatest strength. too much. The light of Manoa will shine once more.
You're going to be going for the throat. I think you throw out the calculated decisions here. You play decisive.
I think right now, Spirit, they're also just thinking about winning the whole thing. If they get past this stage, top 4, I think it's anybody's game. Anybody can win this tournament. I think especially after the favorites all got knocked out, the S-tier teams. What is even an S-tier team at this point? We have teams and that's it. We have contenders and that's it.
And right now the lights are so bright that any little thing, we've mentioned it, could be the difference. And so the drafts, all the way from the bans to the final pick, are going to determine if this is our final game of this series and if we will see an EECA representative in the semifinals of MSC. To start us off, Freya, Valentina, Paquito, Barats, and Belleric taken away. One more ban before we get our first pick, gentlemen.
Ooh,
Same bats as game one.
Yeah, Spirit need to watch out though, because the Belleric is not going to be available for them if they give the Atlas.
Yep.
So it's going to be a different roam pick here. I mean, if ever Sawa can still dig deep, if they want tempo breakers, they get Badang. That goes up against the Vamos playstyle so
they
hard.
ban Hirara. Whoa, they let go of the Fanny. So if you go Atlas, Spirit want to go for the Fanny and possibly the Cho to beat the
exactly.
Atlas.
And that could be an opportunity. They take the Fanny instead, making the Atlas Cho less of a valuable pick. They could still go it,
Yeah.
but it's not. It's going to be very difficult to lock down that Fanny.
Yeah, it's going to be the Atlas. I think the Eudora should come through as well. Then they're going to go for the Red 3 Moskov, and I think they have a crazy composition to deal with the Fanny already.
It'll be very demanding for Error 404, and then that means Vamos would have to build around it incredibly well. You still have heroes such as the Esmeralda, Uranus up on board if ever they want a presence that could potentially get into the objective first to get vision, and that would require a lot of resources by Spirit to take them down. You need a really tanky front. They rushed the Melissa.
I think you pick up Eudora here. I think there was not enough value on this mid. I think they felt the presence of that stun. And I think it's smart to take that away. And to play devil's advocate on Vamos, guys, I know we're reacting to this, but that Atlas did not work. That Atlas did not work for Vamos. And I think they are okay not trying to play around a Fatal Links anymore because Team Spirit already showed that they struggled it. So for me, I think Vamos are feeling okay. And now they take the Esmeralda.
Right now, it's going to be confusing for Vamos, and that's why they don't go for the Eudora, right? Because there's an Atlas on the other side. The Eudora, notoriously horrible against the Atlas. The Melissa pick is so good against the Fanny. They pick it up early, and it's going to be good against the Harrod, too.
Yeah.
So right now, what Spirit need to do is, it's either they again set up for Bomba, or they have a crazy pick for later, right? They save it, and they just pick up a jungler now. Because the thing is, oh my god, is it too crazy to say that they can go for Baksha?
The jungle?
I was going to say Baksha for the Esme and the Harrod, but instead they go for the Harley, trying to capitalize on that Melissa winning lane.
Marcel's still available, guys, again, if they want to try to go back to it on the side of Vamos.
Yeah, with the Valentina gone. Yeah, they might be able to run it back this time around, but the Marcel with the Harith, it has never been a great combo. Marcel against a Harith, yes, but teams haven't really been able to crack the code of how do you layer their skills together so that you don't waste the Zaman force of the Harith.
Fair enough.
So if you're Spirit now, you ban out the Cho. That's one.
Yes.
Vamos. What do they ban in the XP or mid? That's the question. What if Dora?
I'm thinking if it's crazy enough for Spirit, even though they're gonna be slower in the EXP lane, a glue would mess up the lineup.
If I was Vamos, would still respect the Farsa. I know the Farsa isn't that good against the Fanny, but you have a Melissa right there with the go-away, could plant it down in these front to backs, and then the Harrod's going to struggle, but instead ban out the Eudora. That could still come through. It's going to be very, very good to deal with the Fanny on top of everything they already have.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday against Team Vitality. I think Farsa definitely warranted. I'll ban it alongside the Eudora, and then whatever mid laner that Sunset Lover is going to end up with, it might be another thing that you can expect, which is the last time we saw Melissa with a Vexana for Vitality in the group stage against Falcons. That worked out well. They might be able to play into that.
He's already played it before. In game one, she came out. We also have the Valentina banned, so you can't see that. Zhu Xin still available, which we have seen Vamos try to rely on. It hasn't had the same impact. However, you might be able to argue that that's because of the other heroes selected. So maybe feeling a little more comfortable here, going back to that and still available.
They banned the glue, expecting that it might go into the roam role. I think Team Spirit are trying to signal to Vamos, like, we know what options are left for you. We know that the Badang might look good.
Is Spirit setting up for a Phoveus pick? Is that why they banned the glue?
That's a possibility too.
Against the Harris, against the Fanny.
Yeah.
It is still around. It hasn't been, picked up at all in the knockout stages.
Right.
Last time Spirit did pick it up, that was when they lost. It was Zeke who held them down with the high-lows. But this time, if Spirit just hide it all the way to last pick, it could just be great.
Yeah, might have been overlooked. Yeah, they banned the Vexana as
So
expected.
they should be Farsa. And then if they go Farsa, I think it's confirmed Phoveus to peel in the back with the Melissa.
Yeah, but Vamos will have a gotcha option for them in the roam. At least they'll have a little bit of a revitalize.
Whoa! This is
Selena.
not the first time Sunset Lovers picked up the Selena in a while. Like, when was the last time you saw Sunset on Selena?
I don't think we saw it this tournament.
It might have been last year. Yeah, not in this tournament. It might have been last year, or maybe even earlier this year in the world stage, but No, this is a rarity.
Wow.
Team Spirit, they're proving my theory that they're just going to go in for the throat. They don't want any calculations. They just want to go tempo, 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 aggro.
So with that, I think you scratched the Phobius, right? Now it's
Yeah.
Alice, I think, that they
Yes.
might be going for.
Alice would be fantastic. Not a lot of answers for it early on. That would force Vamos, if ever, once the Harith is already ready for Turtle 2, Turtle 3 to come out, putting it in the danger zone of Team Spirit being able to take it down during a team fight. Meanwhile, Vamos will be able to lose it. Kacha does get picked up, and then they go for the Lilia just for some semblance of poke and control in the center.
A lot of bursts from Lilia. Might be able to get a pick early. We know they like to fight early. Vamo's going to be okay with that, but just setting themselves up to be able to match the mid pressure that Eudora had brought or the Rome had brought on the side of Team Spirit. So now the final pick.
What beats Esmeralda in lane? Oh, they go Ruby instead.
How
A
we
little bit
feel
more
about it?
lock, and I mean, it's a very good way to deal with
Yeah.
the Fanny and the Harith. And you don't lose against the Esmeralda, it's just a dead lane.
Yep. Great pickup here. Early fights. Yeah, we look at Turtle 1 and Turtle 2 again and how these two teams handle it. Whoever wins those with extra kills will win the game.
It's going to be hard to get a pick on that Fanny, but Error 404 came in as maybe the star so far at MSC in the jungle role. Can he find a way to take on this jungle matchup and win against our Egoist, who has been dominant so far? Team Vamos, one more chance. And for Team Spirit, they are in the semifinal. If they win this game, there's one more opportunity to change history. Let's see who takes it.
Victory will be earned through blood, and I could not agree more with our panel. Thanks, Rainday, Renmar, and Mirko. It's Trex and Leo taking you through game number 3 in this best of 5. They mentioned that whoever gets more kills wins, and I don't think there's any other way. You gotta kill before you convert.
And that is exactly how these past games have been going. Team Spirit, we were worried they were going to take it slow, but instead they were willing to hit the gas. They were willing to go for the kills and use that as conversion. Not a slow-paced game, not something where we just play for objectives and never try to take anyone down. They always want to kill first.
Yep, quick recap. It was off of Hiko's Pakiro and Uranus on Kid Bomba. That was just forward facing all the time that led to this match point situation we see Team Spirit in. So now Vamos is trying to close that gap, and I like how they're not pulling any punches. Look at the damage profile and, of course, the speed that Vamos can go through. Renmar usually often mentions this, it's gatotable, and this is when you want to say it's gatotable. You want to find an easy way to get Hiko, compromise his position, and force an early get away from him. So at least they're fixing that now. Vamos, I feel like this could be the pivot point.
Yeah. For me, the most important thing for Vamos is don't die first. You know, don't be the first one to go for the attack, and that is what they're going for here. If you do, don't mess it up. Don't fall for the Sawo bait that's been happening over these past 3 games. Zakif taking a little bit of damage. Zaur able to get the deadly magic off, but just showing presence, not exactly going for kills.
10 seconds before the turtle spawns lower quarter. Again, one more way you could say that for sure Vamos is trying their darndest to survive in this series is look at the amount of purifies. 3 out of the 5 confirmed that they don't want to get touched by Sawa. They don't want to get compromised by that Ruby. Turtle now on 10th.
Ooh, Zakif into the backside. Air 4-4 able to steal the turtle. Kid Bamba taking a lot of damage as well. They do get stunned up. Air 4-4 back to the backside, looking for Kid Bamba. Kid Bamba still able to survive with a sidestep. Air 4-4's got to get out of there, but Vamos will move on to that tier 3 and get some nice gold plating. A little more damage in this purple buff jungle. Zakif taking out first blood over to Sunset Lover.
All right, quick tally of events. Yes, Vamos did yeet that turtle out from underneath Team Spirit. Oh, Clockun! A lot of damage out of Sunset Lover. Black Shoes! He should be fine. Major objective goes over to the Malaysian squad, but Team Spirit, we mentioned the opening seconds of the bout. Whoever gets more kills, and they took down Zeke with very little fight. I think at some point Zeke was like, yep, I'm in too deep. This is, guys, just make something else on the map for me.
Yeah, just a little too committed, but I still got to say, with the gold plating that they were able to get on that bottom tier 3 with the turtle, still feels like a good direction for Vamos. This is the first time in 3 games they've had a lead in the beginning. Was that a steal from Air? Did he get that?
Yep, a small camp. And that should
Win's a
put
win.
him up about maybe close to 1,000 up. So we saw a little bit of the action in the XP lane. Gold lane, though, the fact that Hiko was able to like leave a little bit, join a little bit in mid, and then jump over means he should be close to at least where Natco is right now. But it's close that it's clear that Vamos are on a different tempo now. So at least that decisiveness, that maybe even to a fault, over decisiveness, shows that they have a plan. And now they're finally trying to get to it. Deadly Magic's put on the Clockwoon. He should be fine. I think up to this next turtle, about 20 seconds up, is where we see the 1,000 gold lead broken here by Vamos. And Sunset Lava underneath tier 1! And he gets away with it!
Right in time with the Blade of Heptases. Beautifully done. Arrow 4-4 getting a kill on the map right before turtle as well.
And I don't think it's for a lack of things to do for Team Spirit. Look, they have Sunset Lover, they have the Selena, they have Kid Bomba, given he was down in the bottom lane dealing with Sepat. Sawo couldn't exactly get a confirmed freeze, or I don't think you're gonna waste an ult on a Fanny from underneath tier 1 like that. So I think Vamos have found the perfect speed. This is the Goldilocks spot for them. Not too cold, not too hot, just the right amount of pressure to be able to get to that 1,500, maybe 2,000 gold lead up leading into Turtle 2.
And it all started with the draft, I feel like, them taking that blue side instead. Up on the top side, though, Air 4-4 gets the solo kill on Zaur, finally punishing back.
And this is what we're talking about. Vamos have a plan in their head. They have a winning image. And sometimes it doesn't have to involve the major objectives. It sometimes involves just stepping on your opponent's neck and stopping them from moving. Zekif engages, in comes Error!
Error does get knocked up, pulled up by the Fatal Links, but Clockwoon still able to get the kill on to Sunset Lover. They're going to move on to this turtle now. Zaur is nowhere to be found. No way for Team Spirit to contest this.
As mentioned, the award-winning film Whiplash, this is to my tempo. This is Vamos just rolling that drum to their beat, taking a Turtle 2 handily here. And Team Spirit, for the first time in the series, are on the back foot. You'll see here, minute 1, Trex. Minute 1, they've been trying to condition Team Spirit to take those fights underneath tier 1. And we saw, I believe, an ult out of Sawo to try and punish that dive from Air 4-4. It wasn't enough.
So where does Team Spirit go from here? They do seem to be slowing it down a little bit. Unlike when Vamos was losing, where they would kind of over-engage even when they were behind, Team Spirit isn't exactly looking for fights. But Vamos is closing in its grasp right now. With that tier 3 down on the top side, we're going to be able to start seeing Natco getting involved in these fights. They're going to go for the rotations around the map. It's not just going to be a 3v3. It's going to be a 5v4, something of that nature.
More than involved, I think Natco will start fights. Sometimes even with just a rogue Zaman Force, because that's how ahead Vamos is right now. Just to put it into context, Sepat hasn't been in the bottom lane for maybe 30, 45 seconds, and that's enough for Kid Bomba to try and equalize. But look at where the turrets are. Literally. Air 4-4 can just visit, maybe sneeze on the turret, and it would fall. That would be permanent damage to Team Spirit's potential to farm, because top lane has already fallen. So this is what we were looking for. In the early days of the group stage, this is what the meta demanded. Easy conversions, kill for a turret, quick take, and then it snowballs. That's what's happening. Sepat jumps in.
Nice. Falling Star Moon does come from Sepat, but the damage starts to come out from Hiko. A nice pull-in with Fatal Links, but this Spawn Force drops down, and Vamos doesn't run away. No, they engage more. Team Spirit loses Sawo. Hiko continues to get free shots off, but Vamos not giving up on this push. Able to take that mid-tier 3 down to about half health as Sepat holds down the front line. Team Spirit looks to re-engage. They dive down, and Hiko gets the kill onto Sepat. It's 1 for 1, but Vamos still holds the lead.
Oh, Error walks in to that brush, holding her for Zaur. So close. I believe the window is closed. Trex, Zaur Egoist can no longer threaten a single member of Vamos, not alone. It cannot be off of his back. This is where I think we've seen over the past 2 to 3 months the heyday of, I hate to say it, the utility Harley. He has to just either be cleanup or just the gap closer to take these objectives, and then he goes from there. He has to use his space escape to try and push waves, because right now it's all off of Hiko. Hiko might be the only hope for Team Spirit to get a good mid-game berth.
Sawo, though, going to look for an engage, even with Team Spirit being behind Air 4-4. Able to get the turtle. Jumps onto Hiko. Hiko does have to go away. It might not be the right target. He's going to move off. They're just controlling lanes at this point. Little poke here and there, but nothing too major.
And this is all Team Spirit could do. Make sure that the damage dealt to their side lanes doesn't extend to mid. So they see this big fat wave down bottom. They're standing Kid Bomba. Top lane, it's Zaur who's going to clear that up. And Vamos, all they're doing is finding that next big fight. Finding where Sawo's willing to fade the links, where Kid Bomba might think, oh, I'm offended here. But they know that Team Spirit is short on damage. They know that they can't fight toe-to-toe just yet. So there has to be a crafty way for the math to side over to Team Spirit. Because Vamos right now, look, they're just taking it slow. This is a clear sign that a team knows that their damage is on point. Oh my lord, a single swing overputs a third out of Hiko's life down.
A single swipe. Hiko might not even have time to hit the go away if he's not careful. It's getting to a point where we'll have to preemptively do it when these fights start, because if anyone jumps on top of him too quick, he's going down.
All right, fortunately, Hiko has been getting some farm, and that's speaking relatively, because look at how well Vamos is freezing these waves. He's just butt down maybe 500 gold away from Natko, and Kid Bomba gets caught!
Keith able to set up for Nako. Nako able to get the kill on a Kid Bomba, and Nako keeps it going. Jumps on his hour. Sawo trying to come in and help out. Does have the Fatal Links. Able to pull one in. Purity does pop for Nako. Sabat able to get away. The Deadly Magic brings down to about half health as Team Spirit doesn't really want to force a fight. They just don't want to lose a tower at this point. But Air 4-4 does want to force it. Jumps on a Sunset Lover. Onto the tower with the cutthroat. Gets him. Takes him out. And Vamos moves on to the mid side.
Nice and easy. Vamos was corralling Sunset Lover. I think they were just cajoling him to say, all right, you could do this, and then says, psych! Throws him underneath the bus. Just like that, the lead has grown to almost 6,000 up. I don't think Team Spirit should even contest. This should be a free Lord, but wait, Sawo, what's he thinking? He doesn't have a Fatal Links.
Sawo doesn't know how to not contest at this point, no. It's just vision. But Team Spirit maybe should be using this to take a tier 3 up top side. Do they really want to go? They don't need to go for a Lord right now. Use Zaur to play the map right now instead of forcing Vamos into a fight that you might not win.
I agree. Use it as if like a baby Fanny, like a baby Ling.
Baby Fanny.
Yeah, Fanny at home. But it seems like Team Spirit, despite the 5,000 gold that Vamos has on top of them, want to keep him honest. So, which I get. Because look at this lineup. Look at Team Spirit's lineup. None of them can clear waves as easily as one might expect. So maybe they don't want to defend out of the base. But also, now that I'm thinking about it, an I'm offended inside the base would be lethal. That could be a turnaround that Team Spirit can play off of. Maybe a singular wipeout, but that's neither here nor there. Maybe if you can just slow it down here, right now, in the Lord Pit, they'd rather take that fight. They take their chances here.
Speaking of I'm offended, can Kid Baba land something now? He does get vision into that side bush. Team Spirit don't want to give it up. Maybe they do. They finally back off. Someone makes the call of, this is not the play, guys. Let's play the map. Let's let them have it. Let's go for the defense.
And guess what? You can't purify the map. That's the thing that Vamos is thinking right now. They have layers upon layers of insurance. Playing the map doesn't force them to use their Purify, which is almost single-handedly the one resource that Team Spirit are struggling to deal with. Because Sunset Lover, I hate to say it, is a non-factor right now. His arrows are landing a little too far off. Zkeep comes in.
Heck, I'm offended, lands on his Keep. Nako with the re-engage, drops him on force. The damage still just too much. And Team Spirit doesn't quite have enough. Hiko does drop the goal away, and look at the damage! Nako still gets away, one more shot, he gets the shield, and he survives! Team Spirit just can't luck out in this game.
Oh! But he still goes down. What was that? He walked into a trap!
Is that what happened?
It must have been the only possible explanation. So Sunset Lover says, Leo, who's not a threat now, but that's not what we were referring to. We were referring to Purify's getting popped. What? The damage on Sunset Lover, we underestimated. The possibility of a late game Selena turning things around like that.
I mean, he had like 10% health.
The damage will less than. It was like 4 or 5% with a shield.
A trap, I feel like that's fair game. The trap got the kill.
Oh, where was it? Somewhere around here.
Had to be in mid-brush, yeah, mid-river brush, something like that.
Okay, so that does keep the Lord push very manageable.
Yeah, they still have their tier 2.
The inhibitors standing, yeah, tier 2 in mid. But that doesn't stop Vamos from staying up. And look, you got to respect Aero 404's diligence. This is him saying, we're not so sure just yet, so let me build RGM. We respect that, Selena. I'm offended. Kid Bomba throws his shot out. I think if we get past the 16-minute mark without Team Spirit losing, You might be cooking Seppat here in the middle of 5.
Pat once again taking so much damage. Not gonna be able to survive this one. Deadly Magic will lock in, but no. Seppat still lives. And Zakif jumps into the mid of all of Team Spirit. Kid Bomba forced to use the flicker just to get away. Vamos hanging on by a thread in every fight.
XP laners, the vanguards of their squads, this close to death. All this while, Error 404 just wanted to commit Grand Theft Orange, so they're continuing to choke out Team Spirit, playing for this Lord, spawning in about a minute lower quarter. Looking at the items, wow, it was just 2 items. Trex, it was literally just a book and a glowing wand.
That's all it takes. The burn.
Okay.
The burn, though, a little bit of damage, plus
Okay.
the burn. Double
Give it,
burn.
Natko had 0 defense. So he was just going to take that either way. Looking at the gold lane, again, just about 500 gold between Hiko and Natko. And Hiko hasn't died yet. So I'd say as long as Team Spirit can keep their inhibitors healthy, can at least venture out of their base, maybe, 10, 12 leagues out, they should be fine.
I mean, honestly, the fact that that first Lord wasn't able to bring everything down to inhibitors and not even take possibly inhibitor means it's already going to be about 14 and a half minutes, 15 minutes by the time this first Lord goes down.
2-minute counter.
It's going to be
until-
hard. Team Spirit could honestly just play defense here.
That's
they
what I'm
could,
saying.
they could let the Lord come at them.
Whoa.
They should be able to shred.
Pressure,
Sabo
Zakif.
doesn't want to play defense. Zakif getting pushed away. Into the backside, though. Air 404. Able to get some nice damage down onto Zaur. Kid Bomba as well. Team Spirit, like I said, they could play defense. They probably won't lose off of one more Lord push. And then you're in mid to late game at that point.
Passive push up top. So this dance has been beneficial to Team Spirit. Still cannot deny the mechanical and momentum-based gameplay of Error 404. Dodging a couple ults. Big knockup. Lord of Tents.
Saved by the Lord, saved by the bell. Kid Bomba takes the Lord, though, with the steals to keep on the backside, able to make sure he goes down as Seppat moves on to Hiko. Sabo with the fatal links, able to pull 2 members away. Nako able to get some free shots back in response. Team Spirit back to base. They have a Lord, they have a defense, and now they have an advance.
A Lord for 2. That's a bargain. Again, looking at Team Spirit's lineup, it's not a lineup that can defend inside the base. Wave clear isn't a commodity they can go off of, but look at the trade. Look at how well Kid Bomba just dug underneath. That Zaragoza was too far off. So that was a Hail Mary play.
And it pays off at this point. They do defend. They lose their mid-tier 2, but still inhibitors all stand strong. Vamos has to rethink, and we're getting to that goal. We're getting to the spread. We're getting to 5-item territory at this point. It's going to be another, 2 minutes till we get another Lord, or a little more?
Yep. And I think we've crossed the point wherein I'd say Team Spirit can contest that Lord. This last one, I didn't expect for them to steal it. I was expecting them to, just draw it out. But the fact that they stole it made this, again, canon moment in this game a little more possible. And here we are now. They're threatening the push in mid. Massive AOG.
Does get the knock up on the 2, but Hiko still has to go away. Air 4-4 unable to connect onto any. Zakif keeps getting caught. Yes, he's able to get that AOG, but his health was too low before that fight started. Team Spirit continue to make him a target.
I'd say it's worth it, the fact that they were able to protect their tier 1, because that's another point that Team Spirit has to put pressure on. It did not come for free, yes, but he didn't die. Couple of battle spells, yes. Key battle spells, but the fact that mid lane tier 1 is still standing makes this Lord all the more harder for Team Spirit to contest for. They will contest, yes, but it's not as ideal, not as viable for them to convert elsewhere. So Vamos still has more tricks up their sleeve. You can see that Air 404, 17, 80 minutes in, is still dodging. AOG point blank!
Once again, able to get the knock up onto Kid Bomba. Kid Bomba doesn't have to go away, but a nice fatal links does land from Sawo. Seppat taking a lot of damage from Hiko. Hiko unloading right now. Zarugis being the next target as Air 404 finds him. Will he go for the re-engage? Sawo is low. Arrow 404 trying to turn things around, but he decides it's not the optimal strategy.
2 for 1. Still a good trade for Team Spirit, but they lost the Retribution holder, so it doesn't immediately convert to a Lord. Here now we're seeing how perfectly Team Spirit, their patience is paying off. Fatal links into all of them linked up to Muddles. And Hikomania starting off about 17 and a half minutes in. Arrow 405, I think, is the linchpin of this lineup. The fact that he's taking care of the map, the fact that he picked off Zarigos when they needed to, means this Lord wasn't as free for the Dragons.
Do they try to burst it down here? It's a few seconds for Zaur on the map. Gonna look for position. They do take the purple buff. Did he take purple? No, it's still there.
Oh, he might have just left the baby.
That's what I'm wondering, if he just let... No.
No. Well, I think the fact that, all right, vision-wise, Team Spirit has it in spades. They can just leave traps around. Sawa can flush him through. So I think that's what Air 404 was afraid of. He wasn't sure where the members of Team Spirit were. But now, Spirit, they start up a dance.
Hiko is becoming a problem at this point. There is no answer to this man. Once the go away comes out, he can just unload. Even Sapat is getting shredded down. We saw it in the last big Lord fight. Arrows coming out from Sunset Lover. Vision gained by Team Spirit. Vamos now are at a point where they need to find a way in.
Lord, at a third of its health, gets soft reset. Sawa playing footsies toe-to-toe against Zekif. Zarigu is clearing that wave up top again. Due diligence. Long lane is in the Team Spirit's advantage. That's impressive. How they're able to do this dance this well.
Lightning Truncheon comes down for Falcon. In these grouped up fights, it could make the difference. Ooh, as Hiko continues to play Zaur. Able to lock down onto Clockun, pops a Daddy Magic. Clockun will survive with the black shoes. Arrow comes out, but that is one big utility down on the side of Vamos.
Another soft reset for the Lord. Ult spent on either side. Zekif here has an immortality already, so he can use his body as a shield. Can engage. Lord at half health.
Man, the way that Hiko is consistently pressuring this Lord means Vamos can't take the risk of playing the long lane. They can't play the map right now. They need a full reset. Step out on the backside. Look at the flicker in, and Sawa finds error! Sawa will pay the price for that. Vamos without a jungler have to make this play happen now. They have to change something, but Team Spirit isn't gonna let it happen. Hiko will not let it happen. Sapat's on the run, Clockun's on the run, and Kid Bomba won't let him get away. The mid, Zekif with the AOG back to the base. Team Spirit take the win and take the Lord in that fight.
A sequence out of order. The lead is gone. They've evaporated the 5,000 up they've been sitting on for the better part of 10 minutes. Hiko underneath the Lord at point blank range. Lifestealed his way to bullying 2 to 3 members of Vamos out. Kid Bomba now forcing a black shoes out of Clockun.
Kid Bomba doesn't have the I'm offended anymore, so they should be safe, but he's never going to give it up. Sepat there as well. Lord slowly marching down top side. This is the only advantage that Vamos has right now.
Lord is going to be evolved, so as soon as this makes it into where fights happen, Team Spirit is going to be calling the shots. That's a Spirit Lord.
And at this point too, Vamos, they have their tier 2, so that's at least one advantage in this push, in this defense, I would say.
They can slow the inevitable.
They can slow the inevitable. Big wave in the mid side. Air 4-4, because of this slow push on the Lord, he's able to kind of play the map a bit, but Team Spirit doesn't care about the other lanes. They want to Hail Mary it down this top side.
Okay, a lot is on Clockun right now. He's going to need his Purify in 20 seconds. Zarigos put down a third of his health.
They got him offended from Kid Bomba, though, on multiple members, followed up by Fatal Links. Air 4-4. Forced to wing away. Zekif will drop next. Immortality does pop. He doesn't have the AOG. He's not able to get away with it at least. And Lord breaks through as Team Spirit close the distance. Arrow 404's got to get in there. Sapat's got to get in there. They got to clear the wave, but they can't. Team Spirit lock on the base. Revenge is served in quick fashion. The Dragons, Team Spirit, will go on to the semifinals.
Harosh, Team Spirit, despite the grueling climb through groups, it seems like knockouts are the Dragons' nest. 3-0, taking Vamos out.
We came into today thinking that Vamos were the favorites. We came in after their big wins thinking they were going to be a challenge, but Team Spirit shows up on their first round of the knockout stages and shows that they are still a force to be reckoned with.
This last game in the series, Game 3, the match point bout was a testament to how well Team Spirit prepared for this mentally. They did not tremble. They did not trifle with what ifs. They played to the late game. As soon as we crossed the 16, 17 minute mark, Trex, they were a different beast. They knew that we know how you play. Error 404, there's only so much you can do to guard your flanks. Clockwood, we know you can clear waves this well, but look at the rest of the map. Bottom lane, that was all them. They penetrated with very little effort. That was a lost lane where Team Spirit wasn't even fighting.
They were able to just buy time, even with that one Lord that Kid Bomba steals. Even before that Lord, when they get the kill onto Natco and slow down the push and stop Vamos from being able to take that tier 2 in the mid side. Every little piece mattered, every small trade to get them into the game where Hiko was just unstoppable, where the team was just unstoppable. You could see the scale slowly tipping in favor of Team Spirit as that game went on and on and on.
And I don't think it's for a lack of conviction or for forward momentum from Vamos. It seemed like in Uno, Dos, Tres, Hala Vamos was going to come online, but I guess it's just guarding your sixes. Late game is where Team Spirit comes alive. We forgot that throughout their career, throughout their run, dominating the ECA, they are capable of things like this. And I think, look, even Error 404 was thinking about how do we defend, how do we clear. 20-something minutes is what it took. And Team Spirit gave no quarter. Ladies and gentlemen, you see the celebration on stage. Let's go to them now and hear a word from our winners.
The Dragons successfully gatekeeps the semi-finals in a clean sweep up against Team Vamos. And on stage we have Kid Bomba from Team Spirit. Wow. Kid Bomba, let's go straight to the point. They were the first team to pick in the draws and they picked you. You successfully won this rematch up against Team Vamos. And there are so many supporters in the arena cheering for you, shouting your name. And I heard even your family is here who kept on crying and yelling throughout the match. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling amazing. We knew that we would win. We knew it would be a 3-0. They didn't do the right choice choosing us. We just played bad the first time we faced them. Now we show them the real team spirit and we send them home.
Oh, wow. Kid Bomba, you said you knew it would be a 3-0. How did you know?
We're just good like that.
Oh, period. He's just good like that. Now, of course, let's talk about what happened, you know. In the group stages, Team Spirit, a lot of people were saying you guys looked shaky. A lot of people were saying you guys might actually not make it to the knockout stages. But this knockout stages, Team Spirit looks so different. What happened in the 2 days break that we actually had? What did you guys do?
I mean, every team here knew that we are a really good team, you know. We had really good scrim results. Every team here knows that. Every team knows we're a threat. We just had a rough start into the tournament. Now we're back to our prime form, so everybody can be scared of us.
Oh! What preparations did you do for this matchup?
We really studied them better this time. We didn't underestimate them. And 3-0, that's the result.
Yeah, I really do think that underestimating is the most important thing when we're in a tournament because anything could happen in the Land of Dawn. And of course, heading into the semi-finals, congratulations on that, by the way. Your next opponent will either be Onyx or Aurora Gaming. If you got to choose, who do you think will actually make it to the next round?
I don't care. We have a clean record against Aurora in International, and we beat Onyx the last time. I mean, I'd rather face Calra again to send him home as well, but let's see.
Oh, it is getting hot over here on the stage with Kid Bomba. And you know what? I know that there's so many people here in the arena, and I'm sure overseas, internationally sending you the love. Is there anything perhaps that you'd like to say to them?
Thank you for supporting. Thank you for coming here, and keep supporting Team Spirit. You're not going to regret it.
Anything you want to say to your mom?
Thanks for coming.
rifle is very precious to me. tour of Erudicio. Careful, this rifle is very precious. with the best street food.
Who needs ballrooms when the world up for an adventure?
light of Manoa will shine. Master your rage. Make it your great... Master your rage. Make it I've lost too much. This time.
Let me give you a tour of Erudicio. The secret to being a good gunner. Oh. The secret to being a good gunner. Careful! This rifle is very precious.
for power will find themselves at my feet. A sweet whisper is all it takes to lure the meek lamb.
being a good gunner. Always stay. Believe in hope, and it will not abandon you.
You don't understand thirst. Not until that crimson stains your soul.
Your applause is music to my ear! I won't let the Academy hold me back!
stay by me, and the wind shall. Powerful magic requires an even stronger.
A smile on your face will brighten up.
Look at this for Aurora Gaming. One of the great things about the composition that can against that setup from Luffy or anything else is they have a ton of options to just set things up, you know, between pick-off potential here. Looks like Tianzi's going to do a little bit of damage to Keyboy, but just keeps him at bay. And whether that's the kick, you know, from Pagu with that Way of the Dragon or, you know, Lunar jumping in. I mean, how many times now have we seen the Barretts be placed into that XP lane? The amount of ground coverage Barretts has, especially with a Flicker in Daytona's Welcome combo, is kind of insane.
It is. It's really good, but at the same time, right, there's still also the Valentina coming in from Sans. Now, this fight could be a make it or break it here, as we can see that they don't have first position, but here comes the TP.
Well, Pagu just trying to buy some time for that diversion. That's Aurora comes through. There's the Daytona's Welcome. There's going to crash on the wall. Sans is gone, but Kyrie will be able to secure the objective. And now Lunar going to try to fight it off here, but gets taken down. So Onyx winning the trade.
Really nice trade so far. It's a little sad for Lunar, but somebody has to take the damage, right? Really nicely played by Onyx side. This gives Kelra just a little bit of time to actually breathe for the moment. Let's do this replay one more time, right? Because Aurora understood one thing. We are going to fight for this neutral objective. Unfortunately, we don't have Pagu to actually open up the map any further. Yep. But at this point, trading out against them just isn't worth the time. We already got that one kill onto Sans. At this point, we just need to make sure that we're minimizing the losses. Because unfortunately for Lunar, despite Lutpi eventually going to outscale him, he manipulates the waves really, really well.
Yeah, so probably with this kind of setup, you know, Aurora, if they can't find plays like that with a diversion or the pickoffs that they're looking for, then what do they wait for? You know, TNZ to get stacks like we've seen before on this, like possibly the Sky Piercer for that Hirara. Sigiboom has probably been one of the better performing Paquito gold laners that we've seen so far throughout MSC. Again, I can't forget how he played it against DLPH, and you know, that's one thing that can be said too, that they can utilize here throughout this game.
Yeah, and I think that that's going to be the main win condition, right? Especially since they're on a timer. They still have like about 6... Oh, hold on.
Whoa, that's a timer right there too. Kyrie's going to be able to get away, taking out Pagu. Man, it's just, again, all you have to do is play around that deadly magic once it's up.
Yep, and most importantly, wait, hold on. Gonna get a quick TP here just to open up the map and get a good idea of where TNZ might be looking to hide, knowing that the purple buff is going to spawn in about 12 seconds. This next neutral objective is going to be difficult to contest for. Lupi has so much of an advantage against Lunar because of the previous interaction by Turtle side, so I think this should be a no contest overall, but that depends on what Aurora is going to do with this, because I'm seeing members making their way up towards this top side, and Kelra, he's only got the Purify, so once BMI is down, he's sort of a sitting duck.
They just want to go ahead and trade it out, right? Objective for potential play across the map.
Oh, delivery service?
Yep. Diversion's going to be used right to that mid lane. Pagu this time, the difference here is he's actually got the kick available. Last time they fought for this, he was only level 3. Lunar's going to jump it. Daytona's welcome. Pagu trying to zone out Sans. Already using that Keyboy now. Half health gets kicked right to the team. Will deliver Keyboy up, and Lunar will secure the turtle. So Aurora fighting back, and now they're going to be crashing it down in the mid lane, pushing them back further. Lupi has the shields and space to work with. Did pop the Purify, and will survive.
Good use of the Purify there. I thought Pagu for sure was going to get in, clapped on the third hit of G Kundo. Manages to walk out of it to save his life. So not bad. It's 2 for 2. Not a real advantage overall. I think even when we're looking in the jungle sectors, right? Even Kyrie being able to steal away at least one of these turtles puts him slightly ahead of TNZ, while everybody else just doesn't seem to be on the back foot, right? Yeah. Lunar and Lutfi have evened out. Sigiboom actually has a bit of a lead onto Keller because of that double waving, and we're waiting for it to accumulate to maximum, a critical mass, as they call it. Oh no, Keller, does he know?
Diversion used. Kelra.
Dive angle.
Be fine. He does still have the Purify. It's not popped yet. Kyrie's going to re-enter here. They go in. Wrath of Dry to follow up. Pagu already goes for the kick. They burn the flicker from Sans, but Sigiboom comes in with a 1-2. Able to pick up one, and they'll eat another. Taking out Keyboy. Aurora finds 2.
They're eating good today. They're eating very, very good. And Kelra ends up missing the wave this time around. Oh, wait, actually, 1 minion manages to slip through, but Aurora, they're not done yet. They're looking for mid-tier 1.
Yep, and Kyrie had to back off of this. So then Lupi just left to his own devices will get taken out, dissected from the team.
Man, you can tell the difference between a good Barretts and a bad Barretts, how they flickered Detna's welcome, but the usage of the rocket jets to predict, hey, if you purify, if you flicker, this is the angle you're going to be in, and I can knock you right back into the fight, making these chases so much harder to leave.
That's right. Yep.
That's my king.
Coach Midnight, again, has been a key part of what Aurora Gaming has been able to accomplish so far through this time. Again, this draft, something a little bit different than what we've seen, but it's just this execution from Aurora Gaming that has been so well. Again, there wasn't a huge lead that they had until now. It's not that it's massive already, but it's 2.6K that switched on very quickly off of 1 or 2 fights. And so now Onyx playing on the back foot, they've got to be able to readjust this. This third turtle's coming up here. We'll see if they actually want to go ahead and approach this or just wait. Already half health on this turtle. Again, Daytona's welcome. Pagu looking for the follow-up. Rapid Triumph! There's so much damage in that central point. Sigiboom won't be able to follow through the flicker, but there it is. TNZ will. A stack secured. And now he's going to be able to get away here so easily as they look for another.
Oh my God.
Oh no, Kyrie gets kicked. I know you're a wizard, Harley, but you can't get away.
Oh my goodness, Aurora playing out of their minds. The red herrings, they make it look so easy right now, but they're just not missing a single beat. They're not too tunnel vision. They're still open-minded to the way that these fights need to actually progress. Let's look at the replay one more time, right? Because again, this was an incredible catch here, spitting him right into Keyboy's face, making sure, despite the fact that Sans tried to flicker on out of there, dashed twice to make it all happen. The chase, the rundown from Aurora squad, it's difficult to beat. Once that major impact is landed and Keyboy doesn't have that Wrath of the Dryads, it's so much harder for Onyx to peel them away.
The unfortunate thing is once the Wrath of the Dryad is dropped down, that's also just a clear signal for Rosa to be like, okay, you want to fight here? I'm just going to go ahead and get these yin-yang interactions procced off, you know, and pump out enough damage. Everyone's centered around that Wrath the Dryad setup anyway from Keyboy that the Luigi pick is actually a great counter into that.
And that's the thing. It's about finding the anchors here. So far, Aurora, Rosa has been generally untouched this entire game. And, you know, given the caliber of player, Rosa just doesn't seem to ever be out of position. And that's where Pagu comes in saying, I'm willing to die for the Thorn Queen every single time, if necessary, just to make sure that Rosa doesn't fall behind. On the opposite side, right, Onyx doesn't necessarily have a dedicated anchor. When you are pulling backwards, who do you fall back to if not Sans?
Yeah, that's why one of the things, again, if you look at what Onyx can do here as they fall further behind, man, 7,000 gold deficit for Onyx. You've got to play into the Claude, right? You've got to go ahead and let Calra get to that point, but then even so, if you already have the Trinity, you walk into those team fights, it's going to be the same case where you're just overloaded with that damage, that front damage that Aurora has to play around with, and this Lord is going to go freely over to Aurora Gaming.
Well, that's a really good point here. In just a little bit, Zipper, could you pull up the items? I mean, we need to know how far Kelra is from that Trinity as of right now. I think he should already be done with Golden Staff based on the total amount of gold the team has, but I'm not 100% sure. In the meantime, though, Sigaboom, this is probably the strongest he is going to be throughout the game. He legitimately can 1v1 Kyrie, Sans, and Kelra if they just walk into a bush, and I think that's the big fear for Aurora. Opening up the map, especially with Keyboy, he's died 3 times opening up the map and fighting for that space. It's just really hard to get back up for him.
We'll see how they play this out. Lord slowly walking up here to this mid lane. They still have the Holy Defense shields to play around with, but Onyx, again, with this kind of lineup, can they still defend this? 10 minutes into the base, the Lord charges in that mid turret. They're gonna have to deal with this wave pushing in as the bottom also turret. Shield pops. Mid turret down. Aurora stays disciplined for now. They'll let them clear out the Lord here and see if they can get more.
I like it. I like it a lot. Onyx says, you know what? Mid inhibitor, whatever. We can deal with it no matter what. As long as it's not the long lane and we have to play this awkward Lord fight every single time, especially dancing around that pit, it's just not worth the effort. And Onyx recognized that, right? It's the setup for the later half of the game to make sure that Kelra is in a good position, because so far, there's probably their only win conditions besides, you know, maybe punishing Pagu, maybe punishing Sigaboom. And even then, you kind of need Kyrie +1 to make that happen. Let's look at the items, because finally, we see 2 already completed for Kelra. Kyrie actually opting to go for a more bruiser build this time around. He does not want to die randomly to either Sigaboom or even to someone like Rosa.
Yeah, he's kind of has to, you know? We've seen it, how it happened in the first fights. I mean, that first hurdle, it was just him being patient. He went in with the retribution, but every single team fight after that, you just see how quickly he has to go back in time to survive, you know? And that brute force is going to help him a little bit. Few stacks here for Tienzi. This is what we were mentioning earlier on. You know, you're going to pick up that Herara, you're going to be able to get those stacks. You're a threat in itself. And honestly, if Onyx puts too much to try to deal with Tienzi, that's where, you know, again, they're not paying attention to the rest of the side, the side attack here from Sigaboom or even the diversion from Rosa. There's almost too many things that Onyx has to be wary of in these team fights just because of the nature of composition that Aurora has.
Oh yeah, and I think that's going to be hard for especially Lutfi. As much as he wants to be in the faces, he needs to act as Peel. He needs to cut Lunar off from certain angles and force him to flicker. But as you can see, right, it's moments like this where Lutfi, he can't just stay in front of their face forever. He has to pull in and out consistently to maintain his health.
Okay. Again, at least some defensive items here being picked up now by Onyx, even an immortality for Keyboy, just to get him there a little bit longer. Kyrie will pick up Genius Wand. Sans has been holding on to the Lui Yi ult, right? That diversion. Maybe there's some trickery that they can go with to set them out for this fight for the Lord, or potentially take it.
I think the winning play is if Sans steals the Detna's Welcome and he is able to combo with the Falling Star Moon to guarantee somebody gets locked against the wall during a neutral objective. That's my best guess. Because so far, I feel like Aurora are hyper aware of specifically Keyboy. They're like, Kelra, okay, sure, we got flickers, we can get out of it. He only has Purify, so after the BMI, there's no follow-up after that. The next problem will be whether or not we're too low and Kyrie is able to kind of clean this up. Considering his build, we're not going to get one shot. It's over a duration of time. So really just boils down to how Lutfi, Sans, or even Keyboy finds an out-of-the-box play.
The out-of-the-box play is going to have to happen in the defense, man. Again, with the backs against the wall. This Lord should still be able to be dealt with, though, given the fact that you're 10 minutes in. You know, you've got pretty good clear with this. They can lock it down if they have to, if it's sacrificing that Wrath of the Dryad to go ahead and keep this thing forward away from that crystal. That could be a play for Onyx. But just like them, Pagu's got his own immortality.
Yep.
They've got their defensive items to work with too. They're going to go ahead and push it in. They want to take this top turret down first while Onyx deals with the Lord. They're going to go anyway. Daytona's welcome. Right on target. It's the tankiest member. It's going to get kicked away too. Keyboy dropping down the Wrath of the Dryad for the back line. Tienzi is there zoning everyone away. It's a split fight happening here with already Keyboy buying so much time. Finally goes down. But now Aurora looking to cap out game of one. Onyx on this defense. They got to clear out these waves. They're still charged up. Tienzi will jump in. Able to take out Kalra. And that's going to be it for game one. Onyx facing a tough loss against Aurora Gaming.
Beautifully played by Tienzi. That's how you maintain your lead as Hirara. Just abuse the fact that a lot of her damage is directly tied not only to her items, but specifically from the level. So once you hit that level cap, it's only like 3 seconds before you get both of your combo abilities back up. That's why he's going in and out constantly, baiting those spells, baiting a reaction from Onyx. And that's something that they're going to have to remember for the upcoming game here. Great.
All who lust for power will find themselves at my feet.
The secret to being a... Let me give you a tour of Erudicio, starting with... With wings of light and believe in hope, and it will not abandon.
A smile on your face.
You don't understand thirst. Not until that crimson.
that Aurora can eventually consider still over to their side. So Onyx have to be very particular about their choices here because the carry really looks good, but you also don't know what other range options would come out from Aurora. You don't know what Rosa's playing in mid just yet. So they will go for a Esmeralda. This is looking like a dead lane in the EXP, at least for the matchup. The gold ring is really what matters at this point.
We also saw the Atlas picked up, and it did not work. It was Vamos trying to do a lot with the Atlas, and they're actually going to go away from it. Zushin, and then the Rafaela right back. We see you, buddy.
Okay, Onyx, this is a problem. They don't have enough bans to take out early game junglers. I feel like maybe they can take out Nolan, because I feel like Nolan with the Belleric and the Rafa, I think is just a bit too much. That was a very fast Rafa pick, and I feel like it's going to be good to deal with all three members of Onyx here. Just the slowdown by itself, speeding up the Uranus, he's going to stick onto them, and here's the thing. They won't have enough damage early game to potentially deal with the Uranus.
Yeah, because you're already seeing the Juicin, that's that. But also it's just mostly the Juicin and Hirara, because if you're looking at them and the possibility of them scaling, then you might have to have another source for mid to late game damage, which I feel is something that's going to be very tough for Onyx because the rotations are looking a bit too fast for Aurora. You're already expecting for them to pick up an early to mid game jungler as well. At least the Paquito's not there, but either way, I think it works out for Aurora. They'll have late game heroes as options later on.
Yeah.
I feel like Onyx need to pick something up like a Hylos, something that can slow down Aurora here because they're looking very fast with this Rafaela. Because Cho would have been the best option, but again, Cho gets banned out. Aurora has one more ban here. And I feel like Onyx should ban out something like the Nolan. But the problem is, we just don't know. Maybe there is a surprise pick coming in the jungle later on. They might still force a Ling for all we know.
But at the same time, if they go Hylos, that's pretty much the same idea we saw in game number 1, where they're just going to play slow. They're going to be a lot more passive than we want them to be. And Aurora, they've been doing such a great job at baiting Onyx into drafting these kinds of patterns.
Yep. They've been fantastic with it. This has been a draft masterclass so far from Aurora yet again. You look at just those 3 heroes at the front on Aurora's side, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be an early game problem. And if you're looking at Pagu's pick here, but more importantly, the response that Onyx can have after the hair is shown, there's got to be a win condition on the side lanes. That's the issue that Onyx have faced. They have not been able to do their thing and get to late game. They have to figure that out here.
I feel they need a carry here.
Yeah.
They just need a carry.
Okay, I'm also looking at what Kiboy could actually pick up because I feel like AoE would really matter here if they want to slow
Minotaur,
things down.
maybe?
Minotaur is a great option. I was thinking of that. And you also have Sustain. So if Aurora actually go in for the dives, then they might have ways to last a bit more longer in the team fights. And if it's sustained team fights you're looking at, yes, you have the Esmeralda, but what is going to be the carry?
I really feel like Minotaur carry is going to be a good enough pick. Or the Atlas is still open. It's just the gold lane here. I wonder if they want to go for a Brody. I don't think Brody is a good shot. Ranger is worse though, I think.
The only reason why I was iffy about the Atlas is because I feel like at this point in the draft, you're going to settle with pickoffs.
Rafa also counters the Atlas and Lucas.
Unique hero.
Lucas in the jungle. Or is this going to be like Lucas EXP and then Uranus jungle?
This is tough. This is tough.
I could see Uranus jungle as well. I think it is Uranus jungle. Oh wait, no, they change.
Wait.
All right, Lucas jungle then. All right, so
Uranus on the EXP.
I think Onyx, they might have overthink this because Atlas kind of gets countered by the Rafa with the speed up and slow down.
Yep.
The Granger, I think it's just because his Kelra's comfort. I don't think it's going to be good enough though. You can't really burst down Aurora.
And even if you do, there's a passive that Rafaela can utilize to just bring them back in action. So this is looking like a really good game for Aurora, honestly.
It feels like more of the same. The early game problem. Don't know if Onyx have found a solution, but this is the time to test their theories because they are only a few games away from getting knocked out. Aurora trying to go 2-0 up here over Onyx.
And the game begins. So far, the statement has been set by Aurora. Hey, we've already taken game number 1, and we're still going to be whipping out some new tech against Onyx. And look at this. Once again, we do see the Rafaela. This time paired up with 2 tanky boys, a particular Leonin who scales up very, very quickly and very, very deadly, and of course, the man himself, Lucas.
Well, I love this. Again, some unique heroes come through. Leave it up to Aurora Gaming and Coach Midnight to make this happen. I remember specifically, I think it was LaFell that was asking about the Lucas jungle even back in the wild cards to go through. Well, finally it comes out in the knockouts. You can see that battle in the XP lane that we're so used to seeing. Of course, Lunar's going to struggle a bit there with that Esmeralda, but again, the idea here, the theory behind this draft from Aurora is you've got so much speed to work with, so much sustainability, the potential to bring someone back. Mind you, it's flying clouds as well. So that's a whole nother thing too. Just how quick Aurora can get back into the fights that Onic is going to have to kind of keep notion of, because again, when you're getting all these heals through and you're this tanky for Aurora, you can't overstay if you're Onic, and that might be one of the biggest problems for them.
I mean, let's not forget, again, most people tend to kind of lean away from Lucas because he's so ability-driven, and his ult, again, you can wait for the full duration, or you can get into these fights like right now and see whether you can start building enough charge to maximize it as soon as you get it. And that's the issue, right? It's going to be a matter of spacing for both sides. You can see that even Sans has opted not to go for Wilderness Blessing and instead pull yourself together to make sure that he can flicker out of the way in case things get really, really dangerous, which I would assume will, as we see Lunar, he is having a tough time in this lane.
Yeah, they got to put pressure somewhere, and right now that's going to be on the Uranus up there in the XP lane for Lunar. Turtle's up though, so right now Onic has favor to go ahead and get in position if they can. Keyboy doesn't have level 4 yet. He's given the information where Tienzi is though, so that gives Kyrie a chance to go ahead and secure his buff, and then we'll see if this breaks out into a fight. A response though, they know Keyboy's here. Sigibum rotating up to allow this buff to be secured, but the fight for the Turtles already going to start up, but it's less than half health. Secured up by Kyrie. Let's see if they disengage here. Pagu too low, so objective secure for Onic.
Oh, that's a bit of a waste here, and honestly, a pretty huge win because now Kelra at least gets some gold shielding here just to get a little bit of a lead against Sigibum at this point of time, and not to mention that I think that Onic also recognized that, hey, we got to be careful. We cannot underestimate this Lucas. There's a very good chance that he can just power through a lot of our abilities, even if they do have the Fatal Links here. Keep in mind, anti-CC is going to be a big mechanic here for Tien. Oh, this is dangerous. Wait a second.
Oh, Pagu.
I don't know if they want to keep on doing this, but Onic made the smart choice but to back away.
Hey, you know what? Hey, you can still say, Pagu, that wasn't a green camp. You know, that was a buff that went over in the hands there of Kyrie, but still kind of trying to maintain this jungle. Skypiercer is picked up by Kelra. That's kind of what we were thinking with that Granger being picked up here. Again, it is a comfort pick, but also if you can start to build those stacks for Kelra, obviously that's really going to help. And he has to play at range against this kind of lineup here that Aurora Gaming has. So off to a pretty steady start for Onic, building up already a nice little lead.
And they don't mind not interacting in these early stages of the game until everybody's got their ultimates and they find the right position to do so. And I think as long as Aurora recognize this, hey, we need to fight on our terms and only our terms, there's a lot of things in the early game that actually don't matter.
Here in the mid lane, this is going to matter. Keyboy fallen. First blood to the hands of Sigiboom. What a rotate here through.
It's not over. It's not over.
Oh, Lunar's going to get thrown around. Tienzi, though, they're on this side. He wants this purple buff if he can take it from Kyrie. This is a bit of a risk, but they're going to go for it anyway. Loopy on this offside goes in with a falling Star Moon, able to find two. Pushes them back, but again, they just don't have that follow-up damage just yet. They'll bring back Lunar. Lunar might try to split things up, just sacrificing himself to keep the rest of Aurora up as Loopy will take Lunar down.
Okay. At least he gives that kill over to Loopy instead of Kelra at this stage of the game. But for now, you can see that Aurora, they can kind of fight forever. And Onic also recognized that. Now, at least first item's already done. Turtle goes into the hands of Onic. This is going great for them, but it's an ever-moving pendulum. Now, Sigibum gets a catch up back on gold here. He's got a kill in hand, but now that he's got the extra plating as well, he should finally have a slight lead against Kelra.
Okay. Didn't have to pop the Purify, just dropped down the Zaman Force, but yeah, as you mentioned, he got a lot of the extra gold off that turret. That's kind of what Sigiboom needed, but again, he did get that first kill too. He knows the Zaman Force is down. Kelra will go in! A quick kill! The killer instinct for him, knowing Zaman Force wasn't available, makes a move, and now Bottom side, still gonna break out. TNZ, Fatal Links into it, can't escape, and Pagu gonna be next. Talk about value for your Sky Piercer for Kelra.
Great knowledge from Kelra. He understood what the assignment was. Hey, no Zaman Force, you don't have a flicker, you can't run away from me, and I love it. If you want to just sit underneath their turret, I can harass you for days without anything left. I think at this point, Kelra is going to be a much bigger problem to Aurora now that the game plan is starting to fall apart. Luckily for Sigaboom, he doesn't lose too much here because they still have the passive from Rosa to get the revives down. But Kelra, now building up on these Sky Piercer stacks, they need to cut it in half at some point in the game.
Yeah, you know when that setup happens and you don't have the Zaman Force available for Sigaboom, Onyx will take advantage of that. So a really good decision there. Pagu obviously needed to pick up a little more defensiveness, gets a Radiant Armor locked in now for him, but it's just, again, Onyx building up on this lead very early on. It's going to be great for them. Turret going down up top side. It looks like Sigaboom should be able to get that one, but now Lunar could possibly be in trouble. The rest of the teams here, though, is tanky enough. Picks up a Dominance Ice, but this Turtle is up. Are we going to see 3 for 3 for Onyx in the Turtle department?
Probably. They're going to have to contest this, I suppose, but the lead isn't looking too good. And I think the real question is whether or not Kelra is going to be here for the fight. And it looks like he is. They've already taken the tier 1s on both sides, both, again, losing lanes for Aurora at this stage, considering everything that has happened. But if they can find the opening, and here comes Lunar.
Yep, they're going to go for it. Lunar just blasted down, though. Has to pop the Consecration. TNZ looking for his own opening. Wrath the Dryad locks down Keyboy. They get thrown out by the Lantern, and Loopy's gone. Kelra flickering defensively. They're going to fight it out. Kyrie able to get the Turtle. Taking out Pagu, too. It's a trade. And now with the speed, they're able to get some distance here for Aurora Gaming. They're going to go ahead and respawn, revitalize Pagu back up. They lost the objective fight, but it looks like Aurora still willing to take these fights.
That was beautiful stuff. Like, Lunar got a lot out of Onyx. Sans even using his ult as well, making sure that they got basically everything down. Kelra trying his best, but Pagu switches the role with Lunar to get right in front of Kelra's face to make sure that nobody else needs to die here. If one person dies, that's totally fine. 2 people, too much.
Ooh, Malefic Roar now picked up too. Again, a final, well, Fatal Links, instant kill. Eventually, you're not going to be able to just keep respawning Pagu now. Whoa. Again, Sans up here in the front of it all. Rosa trying to get away too. This is a messy fight in between 2 turrets as they back off. Meanwhile, up top, Sigaboom, he's been dealing with a lot of pressure on this Harith. I mean, Onyx now is not letting up in the jungle.
Yeah, it's really tough for TNZ at this stage. Unfortunately for TNZ, in this matchup against Kyrie, on Hirara, I don't think it's very easy because unfortunately for TNZ, a lot of Lucas's moveset, it's one-dimensional. You don't have a way to kind of delay the timings of it. You don't have a way to kind of come from different angles. It's very straightforward. I run you down. I'm pushing you back either into my team or away from my team. But Hirara is so different, especially with the iframes as well. Oh, this could be a punish.
Pagu could be in trouble again. Doesn't have a flicker available. The rest of the team has to help support him up. They're going to throw themselves into the fight. Lunar trying to get away. And now Pagu on the disengage too. Loopy up in the front side. They call it off though. They don't want to overcommit to this. They see the purple buff is up. They're going to put some pressure here. Kyrie goes in and TNZ doesn't have the purple.
Yep, but that means that Kyrie doesn't have Retribution. So far, this could be a forced fight here. They know that Keyboy doesn't have the Fatal Link, so they have a very short window to try and punish. But so far, Lunar has not been able to open up the map convincingly because of the fact that he's been
Oh no. Flicker forward, Wrath the Dryad, Lunar taking some shots, the Rapsy shots. Kelra gets a kill, Sky Piercer proc, TNZ gonna follow by Kyrie's hand, and looking up to load up Rosa. A double for Kelra. They ignore the Lord, they go for Pagu. Pagu, where's the tree to run here, man? Being chased down by Sans and Kelra. Couple shots of the Rhapsody, and boom, another.
Man, Sans and Kelra are playing out of their minds right now. Sans, hyper-aggressive here, really big punishes on TNZ, making sure, like, even though TNZ has anti-CC, doesn't necessarily mean he's safe, right? He still needs Rosa to bail them with the extra movement speed to help close that distance, because that's Lucas's biggest problem, right? TNZ jumps into the middle of this fight, tries to make something happen by pushing Lutfi out of the way, but unfortunately, the entire time, Sans is just building up the butterfly stacks on top of him. Rosa can try and bail him out of there, but once you are committed to the lightning, to the quick step, it's just too much to handle. And I think they just need to take a breath here. think about it for a moment. So far, their main win condition is going to be Sigismund. The early game is done for Aurora.
Yeah, this is tough too, because meanwhile, when all that happened, there was a great kind of split push happening with Onyx. You know, Loopy taking out that top turret, that defense shield. You can see it here in the mid too, being down. Max stacks here for Kelra. Just so much value on this Granger. It's comfort for a reason, and now they're knocking on the base turrets of Aurora Gaming as the mid turret falls. Lord makes its way down bot. Lunar, half health already. Even on this Uranus, he's gonna pop the Consecrate. All turrets are gonna be stripped out of the base of Aurora Gaming. But now with Onyx, a 10,000 gold lead. They dealt with this in game one, and now it's their turn. Keyboy looking for an opening here. Lord's gonna be worked on. Keyboy jumps on in. Final. Oh, Fatal Links comes through on 3. Still on the defense too. They got to hold it together. Kelra firing off in the backside. He's got the space to work with. Siggy Boom. All the shields in the world. They got to go heal back up, but the crystals are already going to be locked on. TNZ up on the front side. Kelra gets another. Make it a triple. Can he get the Maniac? They line it up. What a way to take game 2 for Onyx.
A convincing win for Onyx. Sans, man! Gilak Sans is back! And not to mention, every side laner was winning. Kelra was winning. Lutfi won right at level 1. And I think a lot of this just boils down to, man, our laning phase kind of sucked, and what we need to fix here in the draft is to make sure one of these lanes need to win. And if it's going to be Sigismund's lane, they better make sure that he has Flicker rather than the Purify. And that's something that you can't really control, especially since half of those spells are dedicated to this Atlas.
Yeah, and you know, just as we saw how Aurora made things work for them in game 1, especially with
Careful! This rifle is very precious to me. good gunner.
Despite its cold touch from fleeting flakes of snow,
A sweet whisper is all it takes to lure the meek lamb.
The secret to being a good gunner.
Yeah, absolutely not. They need to contest for this. I mean, this really depends on whether Sans actually hits level 4, right? Because he's the secondary win condition in this early game next to Kyrie. And even as we see this game progress, because of that early recall and the control we're seeing from Aurora, now Kyrie is like, man, this early game might not be in my hands.
Yeah, now it's Kyrie asking for the green camp control, man. You know, trying to protect these. Right now is Aurora. Doesn't let up. They do get the retribution out, though. So I guess that is going to be the decision by Onyx, especially since Kyrie's on level 4. Let's just give up this first turtle, give it to Aurora. They've won it by just how much pressure they put on. Oh, a big slam through into the wall. Luke be gone after Daytona's welcome. Keyboy could be next here. He's just going to be zoned out. Nope, the 1-2 punch comes through and Lunar picks up a kill.
The autopilot here. Let's not forget that Aurora just seems to be more well-connected overall, and it seems like Onyx, they needed to regroup, but unfortunately Lutpi just took the wrong path and did not want to commit his ult. I think moments like that gets really, really difficult for Onyx. Now, Sigaboom, he's more than happy. He unfortunately is in the losing matchup, but he doesn't mind as long as he's not losing out on gold or EXP. Kelra can try and lock this lane for as long as he wants, but if we do see that Sigaboom's rotating consistently, he should be able to get mid waves as well.
Yeah, and as you just saw, that's such a good kind of like a counter that Pagu has against that feathered airstrike, obviously with the Minotaur, you know, and if it's, once he has the Flask of the Oasis and it kind of helps buff up that sustainability that comes with that motivational Aurora, you can then just kind of follow up with the mini jump, but then the ultimate, right, that he has that it just can set things up and stop Onyx's main game plan, which is playing around this Farsa's damage kit into a Wrath of the Dryad, into setting things up for the Nolan on Kyrie to follow through. We've seen the burst damage before, but even on the other side, the counter to that is Tianzi. This Paquito jungle, which most of us have seen in the gold lane. Hold on, Lunar, okay, he's going to try to get away. Feathered airstrike dropped down, but he's tanky enough to survive it. Just with the Daytona's welcome.
Didn't seem like the most optimal choice overall. I get it if Lunar didn't have the stacks, but once he builds up on those stacks, he's actually comparable to like 1.5 of Lapu, right?
Yeah.
I think that should be the ratios that should be in their head. I think they were assuming that Kyrie was going to do a little bit more damage, but he's already 2 levels down, right? He's basically the same level as Lutpi, and even Lutpi knows for a fact that he can't chunk Lunar for more than half of his HP, and even then, we're asking for a lot. Overall, this has been a really great start for Aurora as they've controlled the entire bottom side, and it's unlucky that it spawns back down to the bottom side once more.
Yeah, right now, Aurora Gaming is basically just kind of coasting on through this early portion of the game. Second turtle's going to be up here, though, so we'll see if this time Onyx wants to possibly fight both mid laners, picking up the glowing wands here. Again, this Eudora been such a mainstay in the meta currently, and you see why. You know, the multiple stuns that you can kind of dish out, the damage, the poke that you can do, that burst on such a kind of low cooldown is a problem. Tianzi also picking up a Sky Piercer now on that jungle Paquito. Turtle's up.
I don't think we can do this here. They're thinking about it, but he's leveled down onto TNZ, and I'm pretty sure that TNZ can just hold on to that champion stance.
Okay. Flicker forward. They're going to force this fight. Kelra on Sigaboom, though. Sigaboom trying to get away. Meanwhile, Lunar's the one to fall. The team fight's going all wrong for Aurora. Sands. There's the what the Farsa. 2 kills now, double. And that's going to be a turtle for Onyx.
A really nice play. A great interception coming in from Onyx here, making sure that at least they're dropping down their abilities on the right targets. Like, Lunar set it up pretty nicely. However, unless TNZ finds that trade onto Kyrie or even Sans, then it's just not worth the time. Oh, denial!
Oh, goodbye. Good punish there, because I was going to say, Kyrie could not get away with that after everything Onyx did, but mind you, that whole interaction has now stopped that gold lead that was building for Aurora Gaming. It was about 2,000. That's been pretty much dealt with. Kelra won't get this turret just yet, but he does do quite a bit of damage to it. Meanwhile, they got the bottom turret traded out, so Onyx now opening up the map a little bit here.
Kelra's doing a really good job. Like, first turtle, okay, Sigaboom walks out of it, you notice that he's only level 3, and that's when you know, like, okay, sure, he probably doesn't need to be there, but at the same time, you never really know what's going through Aurora's mind, especially what they're willing to risk. And I think that's the problem that Onyx has been facing these past couple of games. They're not 100% sure whether Aurora is willing to die for certain moments in these games to get a little bit more later on. But now that the Feather Airstrike has been used early, they are making the statement, you know what? As long as Sigaboom doesn't scale, TNZ will eventually fall off.
Yeah. And that's one of the things, too, that I guess the downside... Oh, hold on. Kelra, he wants this turret. Aurora Gaming wants Kelra. Falling Star Moon, a bit of a burst of damage to Kelra. Be able to survive. Is there going to be a counter punch here from Onyx? They just make sure Kelra survives. They back up. Hold on. Daytona's welcome. Right on cue.
Nice.
Into 2. Lunar now going to be in trouble. The burst comes through. And Kyrie will pick up a kill. I didn't know if Aurora Gaming was going to continue to fight, but they decided to go for it.
They made a mistake there for sure. Kelra played it perfectly, using his Purify to ensure that they don't find the one-shot and sets it up for something more dangerous down the line. This is what I'm talking about. This is a game of boxing here. Let's look at the replay one more time, because as soon as Keyboy, this looked like a very good punish from Aurora until Lutpi says, you know what? As long as the damage dealer can actually go for their full combo, which they know that Rosa doesn't have, this should be a free pick on to Lunar. And they know for a fact that Bravest Fighter, it's on a short cooldown, so they can just drag this out and wait until Lutpi has it. Aurora trying to punish.
Lunar needs the stacks. Daytona's welcome, already used. Fighting off the turret. Pagu jumping in. Minoy and Fury to knock up 3. Keyboy's gone. But a feathered airstrike comes down from Sans. And now Luffy flickering forward. Trying to zone out Tenzi. He's swinging around here. He's going to fight off Sigiboom. This is a fight all gone wrong right now for Onyx. The 1-2 from TNZ. And there's again fighting for the turtle. Kyrie trying to find space, but Rosa comes in with the stun. Turtle secured by Aurora, and Kyrie goes down as well. Kelra could be next. Everybody's here to clean them up, and Kelra falls. It all falls apart for Onyx.
Oh no. Worst case scenario for Onyx. Aurora able to find the lead back again, and worst yet, they're able to take out a majority of the members of Onyx, pulling themselves to the lead that they had before. Now, just an extra 400 gold on top of it, and TNZ is probably at his strongest at this point. Walking to take away these green camps. Don't worry, Pagu, nobody's mad at you this time, but let's look at the items, because we're at a dangerous state. They're looking to make sure that TNZ is strong enough to one-shot Slans at every point of the game, but TNZ, keep in mind, that's solely based on the Sky Piercer.
Man, TNZ has done an amazing job just kind of farming up here. You know, yes, he's got 4 kills, but even with that Sky Piercer, and you see the gold lead that he's had, and a lot of that is supplemented because of the way that Aurora Gaming has played the map, you know, from the start to up to now at that 9-minute mark, which will set themselves up for a good Lord take. But Onyx has showed us that they're willing to fight. A lot of these team fights are kind of weird the way they play out, right? Because it's either going to be started up by Lunar. Oh, there's some good burst coming through. Divine Glaive was picked up recently by Rosa, but either Lunar was started up, or Onyx can kind of go ahead and choose to start things up. The downside of the Belric having the Revitalize is obviously you can't surprise anyone with that flicker combination we're used to seeing. So it's got to come from someone else, and mostly it's been from Lutfi flickering forward, trying to set up, or trying to just keep things split up in these team fights. And that's why they're so finicky with the way they play it out.
And that's why I say this is like a boxing match, right? As much as you want to throw your lead hand out with a big haymaker, you also have to keep in mind that Aurora could be throwing their own haymaker. Wait a second, Keyboy!
Keyboy, what's he doing? He's going to get eaten up here. Rosa's gone, though. Kelra now splitting up the fight. There's a stun right on the mark. Minoy and Fury to knock him in the air. Sans in trouble, though. Can't get away from Sigiboom. And now, in the Valkyrie form, he's going to be splitting up Kyrie and Luffy from the fight, while Keyboy's got nowhere to go. A proc on the Sky Piercer. Looking to clean up more under the Tier 2 tower. A double for TNZ. More stacks for this Paquito. And now they take down the Tier 2 turret, Kelra. He's tanky enough. He should be fine. He'll just clear out the waves.
Yeah, he is not worried at all, but the rest of his team does not have that same grace. And Sigiboom has been playing an amazing Freya, a losing matchup, and yet watch this, right? As they were playing this fight, they recognize, hey, no feathered airstrike. They also lost the Wrath of the Dryads, and that's when they decided to throw everything. Even Sans recognizing, hey, I gotta use the Purify to get away from a flicker enraged charge coming in from Pagu, but it doesn't matter when Sigiboom has stuck on to the rest of your team, cutting you down one by one with no way to stop you. The lack of CC is going to be a huge issue.
Oh, hold on. Daytona's welcome using a live camp. Kelra going to be in trouble again. And Minoy and Fury knocking him in the air. Keyboy can't get away. Once again, Sigiboom leading the charge in the Valkyrie form. A big stun comes through from Luffy, though. Able to stop them in their tracks, but he gets dropped back by the Rockets. But Onyx, they want to fight back. Kyrie trying to get away, but Lunar, not enough damage on the stomp there. That auto attack. Not going to be able to take out Kyrie, but man, what a fight in the jungle.
This is a beautiful game here. Despite being 5.6k ahead, Aurora lose out on Sigiboom in comparison to Keyboy. An upward trade for Onyx, but the economic damage is not done just yet. Another structure falls in the favor of Aurora. Another buff taken away from Kyrie. He's struggling this game. He's 1-4-4, and every single person he wants to go for the kill has some form of damage reduction, has some form of anti-CC, or worse yet, just raw sustainability.
Yep, really good play there from Onyx because of the fact that they took out Seaboom in the last fight. They pretty much alleviate that damage that Lord push would have done. Again, you're just seeing, despite being down these thousands of gold, Onyx somehow is still able to actually go toe-to-toe in the team fight against Aurora Gaming here. And now for them, again, they have to look at what's their best angle? What's the best attack plan here for them? And especially when it comes to the jungle, because Aurora Gaming has not let up on this as they continuously try to take these buffs. Again, Daytona's welcome, throwing him into the wall. Keyboy, it's going to be, again, the focus. A feathered airstrike to follow through. Oh! And now Seaboom on the back line. He's just everywhere. Sound's got nowhere to go. Forget the turret, forget everyone else. Aurora Gaming will just go for this fight, tossing everyone around, and they just go full-on wipeout against Sonic, and that's going to get Aurora Gaming this game under their belt, taking the series 2-1.
The one extra detail is what makes Seaboom one of the best Freyas here in this competition. When he fights, he's already looking ahead of the map thinking, you know what, I can't 1v5, but if there's just enough minions, I will be able to sustain through the damage with my Descent of the Valkyries that have the extra AoE per auto attack, which is why you're seeing go from 0 to 100, 0 to 100 every single time. A dangerous game that Onyx is playing here, and one that they need to figure out right here, right now. There's too many holes in that draft. Last time it was missing that Atlas.
stayed positive.
ballrooms when the up for an adventure?
Kill. So that Granger accelerated, and that's where I think you need to look at Onyx. What has been our win condition? But the other thing that I'm excited about is we get to, oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Because I think even they know like 100% is gonna get stolen.
It's
right?
taken, so we're gonna grab it early. They get the priority. In some ways, the one thing I was saying, we haven't seen Onyx respond again. We saw them lose, then win, then lose, and this set was over. Now we get to see their response. Maybe they do have an answer ready for this.
At the very least, though, it's not both the Freya and Paquito open.
At least.
At least on Aurora's side. But if it's an answer to the Paquito, it's
Is Melissa something that needs to come out a little bit more?
I think it's an option. I think it's an option.
Not a direct one.
Yeah, not a direct one, but it's kind of like not the worst thing, right? Now they pick up a Zushin as well as the Uranus, and now the Eudora. I think the Eudora is, again, just to shut down Kyrie because, again, the Uranus and Zushin, they don't care too much about Eudora.
That's a lot of burst damage you're already seeing from Aurora, though. And you see the vulnerable heroes from...
Hey, this is how you start an avalanche. You gotta go loud.
Yeah.
And all of the games, well, except for the second one, that was clearly an Aurora avalanche.
it's looking to be another one here. If Onyx don't show us their answer in response to these heroes from Aurora just yet, the Cho's already being taken out. We don't know if they're going to resort back to their identity and just go for a Kiboy Kelra combo or hero synergy that works. But with the Cho taken out, I think that's less options for Onyx overall.
Unless they pick up a carry, I don't think they can play pickoff because Kalia is still there if they want to play pickoff, but their draft doesn't really look like it's centered around that. And now even the Granger, good respect here coming in from Coach Midnight.
Yeah. Uranus was picked up on the side previously of Aurora in the EXP lane. We've also seen Barats. We've seen Hilda. That was a loss, however. So forcing something different. The Freya also banned as well, saying let's just see if we can get a little bit of an advantage here. The Esmeralda also banned. So a lot of the EXP answers that Aurora have gone to, not available this game.
There is the Alice still if they want a front line that can kind of engage into the fight. We haven't seen a Terizla, but it could be viable. The only problem is that Zushin. So I feel like Alice might be the safest if they just want a front line in the EXP.
So if they go Alice, then that's...
Oh yeah, it's Mayban, yeah.
So it's all the more reason for Onyx to at least pick up a source of shred or DPS. But you don't really want to claw against the Paquito anymore.
Carry, you need a carry. Or Moskov.
A Moskov carry is an option, but...
Melissa is also not bad. Yeah, going up against Eudora, it's very awkward to pick up a mid-range marksman.
Pagu on the pick, trying to figure out what's next for Aurora. They've caught Onyx by surprise. Really not too much. It's been clear what they've wanted. We expected Midnight to throw some crazy stuff out there. It's pretty much been double fighter, Paquito in the gold lane that's caused problems. And another Harith.
So it's not Paquito in the gold for Aurora in this game at least. So maybe...
It could be jungle or EXP.
Oh, wow. And they're still flexing that opportunity.
Yeah. So maybe Kelra could feel a bit better about picking up a gold lane matchup towards or into the Harith this time, regardless of how they want to play this. But Keyboy, his options in Rome have been limited as well. You need the information. There's a Eudora that's just going to be...
I feel like Hylos is going to be pretty good because you just need someone to absorb that burst, give a lot of space to the Uranus, as well as a good combination with the Zushin.
Yeah.
If they don't, I can see a Gatot doing okay.
Because it's dangerous grass, so I think it's all the more reason for Aurora to just keep going in for the surprises. But they go for Brody Gatot.
Yeah.
Oh.
Got Akacha potentially a little bit of counter engage with the ultimate if somebody gets in. Just the knock-up stun and have a chance to also move into that. So if he's caught out of position, maybe could even get aggressive with it. So the Gato might be a good idea.
Right now, Onyx, it looks like they have lane-winning matchups, or at least the possibility to win that lane. And knowing Kelra, I'm not going to doubt him. I feel like he could do it. So I feel like for Onyx, they try to win the side lanes and then go off of there. Because again, that's kind of like the story this entire series.
Yeah, and at least Kelra is going to have a bit more range to play around with. If you don't really want to walk up close to Aurora and get caught in by the burst damage by the Paquito and the Eudora, but the Hylos to wrap up the draft for Aurora.
You like it, Brig?
Yeah, it's a different hero that we're seeing on Pagu all over again, but I think it's going to help so much if it's revitalized, especially in just sustaining the overall team fights.
Hylos going to be in the EXP lane here. Pagu going Belleric on the roam, so this will be an interesting matchup, guys. It's going to be game number 4. Aurora has a chance to send Onyx home. This would be one for the record books as well, as we would see the Turkey A representative moving on to the semifinals with just one more game. We'll see if they can silence the crowd as we go to our casters.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Once again, history being made here today. Turkey may have their one opportunity to make history and say, you know what, this is our best finish ever, and it can only go up from here. But on the opposite side, Onyx, the Sky Kings themselves, very understandably that most people will see them as the favorites, but it's tough. So far, we've seen so many good plays from either side, but Aurora keeps getting one over them just like this. But Onyx, this time, now forcing Rosa to take the early recall.
Yeah, a little reminiscent of last game, right? But that time it was Sans that had to burn his battle spell early on, or was actually pressured enough to go back to base early on. But luckily for Rosa, no death, right? So no first blood yet, but this is kind of what we expected to see between this early game already. Now, one thing I have to question though too is this Hylos pick. We were wondering what would pop up in the XP lane given the bans and everything else. Now, is this the right thing against the Uranus?
I think so far against the Uranus, it doesn't matter. It's not about the laning phase, it's about the team fights later down the line, right? They have a way to kind of slow Kyrie down, force him to use his iframes early on, and I think the Glorious Pathway is significant to try and slow down both Sans and Kelra from either chasing those kills or to chase them if the impact from Aurora's team fight is just that much greater. We'll see on the very first turtle here to see how that's going to play out, because level 4s, they're going to be extremely key for Aurora.
Yeah, you got to think about it this way too. The crowd control, once again, that Aurora Gaming has been playing around with is what's helped their lineups and execution so much. Seeking Boom's going to be sent back to base here because, again, going back to the crowd control options for Aurora, you know, they've got that stun that comes with the Hylos. You mentioned with Glorious Pathway, slowing them down too, or speeding yourself up, which can help even Rosa. Go for that stun on the Eudora. And then, of course, you have Pago and the Belric, right? This time around, too, you've got a Flicker because of the fact that you have the Hylos with that Revitalize, kind of that sustainability to work with. So Pago's surprise factor can be beneficial here. So Onyx, as they approach these fights, you know, they have enough crowd control themselves. They have sustainability with their own Revitalize. And, you know, that's why when you see these compositions come through and you see the Revitalize come to play, it extends these team fights, which can be favorable, again, to have a Jushin, to have Kelra's space here. Oh, a couple punches. Okay. Better to burn the Flicker than die there for Kelra.
I totally agree, but more importantly, that just saved Sigaboom his entire laning phase. And now there's a potential angle here, but as long as Sigaboom is able to, you know, get some help to break that freeze, it makes things so much easier because he was about to get frozen out and not be able to play the laning phase at all. Down by bot side though, I'm surprised that Luna was able to get this much pressure considering that Lupe is supposed to be the one who actually kind of maintains full control overall. Like his passive into the Ring of Punishment really just kind of doesn't matter. It's just a free stacks for him. Okay.
Little jump in from Keyboy. I mean, they wanted to make a play on Rosa. But Rosa holds on to the Flicker too, so that's a no-go there in the mid lane. A couple ultimates thrown out. And it's back to it, but Onyx slowly building up what they can across the map. Much slower pace, you know, than what we have to see because, again, Onyx needs to kind of slow this down in a bit, let Kyrie get to where he needs to be, and pressure where they can. Right now, mid lane, okay, San's still going to be okay. Much mana to work with here, though.
Yeah, again, at least Rosa is able to try and equalize the EXP just a little bit against Sans. Unfortunately, oh, hold on.
Oh, Siggy Boom. Fighting off Kelra here in the 1v1. Taking too many shots, though. First blood in the hands of Kelra. Man, did he fight for that one.
Oh, predicted from Kelra as well. Anticipating where the Chrono Dash was going to be. And now they have to protect these green camps. Lunar is going to try, but that Retribution is a little too big for the side of Kyrie as they continue to take these small incremental leads and making sure that when they do the man-to-man defense, there's always just a huge tax that Onyx applies on towards Aurora's side.
Oh, Pago. He's going to go ahead and heal up a little bit here, but okay, Onyx not going to follow through with that. They are just looking for those small wins. They're looking to compound the interest here. Gideon, as you mentioned, now Zaman Force dropped down. Kelra going in with a bit of stun there to work with. Torn apart memory. Not going to be enough, and Siggy Boom will get his revenge. And now Sans re-engaging with the beacon. The rest of the team to follow through. Kyrie will be able to pick up a kill for himself. Now TNZ off the wings alongside Lunar. Glorious Pathway drop down and Sans trapped, nowhere to go. Keyboy with a jump, not going to be able to find the target. They're split up here. Now TNZ waiting once again on the call. Lunar will go ahead and just force out Onyx from this area.
And that's officially Aurora actually winning out big time on that trade. Where was Kyrie? Was he not in position to try and trade for Kelra, or was he 100% confident that Kelra was going to win that no matter what? Risky as it is, at least the Flicker is back up, and more importantly, Kyrie already getting his own Sky Piercer. Let's see if they can snowball this, because fortunately for Lunar, he's going to be a big problem for Onyx, especially on these neutral takes.
Yep, TNZ also got his. First item locked in for Rosa, too. Both mid laners fighting for it out. Second turtle, though. Glorious Pathway already dropped down. Still half health from the turtle. You're going to deal with Lunar. Again, a split fight happening here. Luffy able to get a couple resources out. Now Lunar trying to get away with that Revitalize. Still going to reset this turtle. So neither team getting the upper hand just yet. But it will be Kyrie to hold on to this turtle. It looks like TNZ is just going to have to give it up.
Yep, they don't have the health or the mana. And Onyx, that's what they want to do. Keep taxing them until they can't afford it anymore. Once they go for broke, that's when Onyx can start fully taking control over this game. For now, at least for Aurora's side, they're looking for the first and second item power spikes to really turn these fights over. So having this 2K lead on Onyx isn't the worst thing in the world. However, where's the big conversions, right? Every single lane is winning here.
Wow. Okay, and I guess they just got the call too, you know, so you come join us, give up that top lane, but they will be able to find Keyboy. So trading it out just to grab a kill, forfeiting the top tier 1 turret. Aurora Gaming is going to make that switch now, looking to put pressure on tier 1 mid.
And that's exactly what you want to do. These are the conversions that matter here. And Pagu instantly wants to cut off as many rotations as possible. Look at Luna right in front of Sans' face.
Yep, they're going to have to stop him down. Glorious pathway to disengage, but Aurora Gaming got what they wanted. A kill, and now that turret falling in the mid lane. So this is going to be a battle. I feel like for game 4, what we're seeing, very different from the previous 3 games, is just this battle of attrition, finding these little moments around the map, finding ways to open it up, get that favorable matchup when you can, win this next objective, that turtle, and eventually the Lords come.
Whoa, hold up, hold up, hold up. This could be really, really dangerous. As Onyx forcing Lunar out of position, allowing Kelra to actually open things up. You can see the rest of the members are man-to-man defensing here. They understand what's about to happen, and I don't think they should take this right now.
All right, Conceal used. Little taunt there, Unbreakable. Gonna bring Pagu back. He goes in with a flicker, locking him down with the Raptor Dryad. Sand's gonna be okay though. Aurora Gaming on the back foot. They want to get away. Avatar of the Guardian will burn the flicker from Rosa. Still gonna be caught amidst it all. Against the wall they go. A burst of damage, but Siggy Boom is gone, and Onyx will win this fight. A double for Kyrie.
That's got to be upsetting here. Very, very upsetting. But even so, it's just not enough damage. The economic lead here for the side of Onyx being pressed against Aurora as they are starting to run out of breath. But initially, when you see this fight from the side of Aurora, maybe it could have been something more, and they wanted Sans really bad. They got the ult out. They also made sure that he doesn't have his flicker available. The problem is if they don't net themselves the kill, that's a lot of resources wasted on the side of Aurora.
That also, you know, when we saw it from the highlights there, it just looked like they weren't synced up the way they wanted to follow through on Pagu's setup. They were kind of in a weird position, and it might have been one of those cases where, again, Pagu's just like, you know, I'm already here and I'm already taunted up by Unbreakable and everything else. I kind of have to do something, and, you know, Aurora Gaming loses that fight. Now they lose themselves the space to work with. They're 5,000 gold behind, and Onyx has been in this driver's seat now for a few minutes. And the fact that you have the Sky Piercer that was picked up and we talked about minutes ago, Kyrie's now got a couple stacks on it, so that's great for him. And even looking at the build that Kelra has, he's going for the Rage Advantage, right? He already had that blade earlier on. That was his first item he rushed in. Then he got Malefic Gun, and Brody's already got great range advantage against a Harith. Well, now, even more so.
Yeah, and I think that's the really scary part, right? Because Onyx, this is a really good timing to, you know, instigate fights, and Aurora recognized that. That's why you're seeing them clump up together a lot more, because they have to work with their secondary win condition, or main scaler in this particular case, in Sigiboom.
Yeah.
Tianzi also understands that as much as he is the jungler, the neutral objectives are very manageable for the time being until we start getting into the Lords. So we need to see the tempo breaker here.
Right now, too, Lunar, even as tanky as he is, he can feel the damage being put out. This purple buff being fought for, though, unfortunately, Tianzi will not be able to secure it. Kyrie's been pretty unrelentless in this side of the jungle as he just continues to take camps, you know, from Aurora Gaming.
Interesting. I hope I saw that right. That was a Haas call purchase coming in for Kelra here. Wants to make sure that at least at the very bare minimum that he actually has some form of lifesteal. And not to mention that, you know, Brody naturally, the way that his auto attacks work, has so much more base damage than the regular marksman, all kind of put into one because he doesn't have as many consistent auto attacks compared to them. In this case, he's going to get a decent amount of heal, so in case they try to burst him, the window has just gotten smaller for the side of Aurora.
Okay, and with Lord up, Onyx with a clear advantage. They should have space control above this. They'll keep Loopy up there on the top side doing his thing for now. They don't want to overstep this. One thing's for sure is if you're up against a team like Aurora Gaming, you still got to respect what they can do, even if you have this kind of lead that Onyx has built up. But they can go ahead and play the map this way. You know, keep Loopy there, play around the rest of the 4 members of Onyx. And Aurora Gaming knows this. One thing too, having this dangerous grass in tow, you can make some surprise plays. We saw the attempt from Aurora, but now Lutfi being spotted out, and the rest of Aurora Gaming, they don't have much more room to work with. Conceal was already used. They're going to keep them pushed off the Lord.
And the pendulum swings again. Sigabum kind of the only person who has enough damage to deal with Lutfi. Rosa, as you can see, needs to put a little bit of work into Lutfi, start shredding the MR first, and then starts getting the empowered fork to lightning to ensure that he gets some permanent damage. But even then, Lutfi is in a phenomenal position. He's got plenty of magic resist. He's got plenty of health to work with. He's running Brave Smite as well. Oh, well, never mind. As soon as I say, Divine Glaive has already been purchased by Rosa.
All right, it's locked in. Onyx might be looking to make that attempt here. It's going to reset, though. Ice Queen Wand picked up too. By Sans, being dragged back. Flicker forward, not connecting the Wrath of the Dryad. Will get punished anyway. Kelra able to pick up a kill, and with that, Aurora Gaming has to give this Lord over to Onyx.
What a difficult job that Pagu is trying to attempt here. He sees the angle where he either has to pick Kyrie or Kelra. He wants to get both of them.
Yeah.
And I think it's starting to cost them here, right? I think he has to make a clean decision of what needs to get cut in half. So far, I think Kyrie should be the priority in this case because he's the one running Sky Piercer. That could open up some more opportunities, but it doesn't change the natural problem that even without a Sky Piercer, Kelra can finish off kills with Torn Apart Memories from halfway across the screen.
Yeah, that range advantage is what makes Brody so deadly in this case here. And a POD picked up for Kyrie now. So maybe, yeah, Pagu just needs to go ahead. If he can catch Kyrie, catch one of them, might be better than what we've seen the past couple interactions right now. They got to deal with this Lord up top. They clear out what they can in the mid. Where's Pathway drop down? They're going for Kelra. He's going to get stunned. I'm tired of the Guardian now. Kelra's in trouble. Pagu will find him and just punch him in the face. Locking him down. Keyboy gone. Kyrie on the run. Luffy trying to get away too. What just happened to Onyx in this side of the jungle? They do shut down Tienzi. And now Sans looking for more. Burns the flicker from Rosa. Lord is still there. Sigibum's got to deal with it. But man, Aurora Gaming might have found a little bit of life and wiggle room in this game.
Yeah, honestly, that was pretty good coming in for Aurora. I'm pretty sure that Keyboy didn't have his taunt ready to go, and they recognize that Kelra still doesn't have his flicker for a couple more seconds, so they find the punish. Let's watch this one more time, because it felt like Kelra just kind of ate it. And Keyboy, out of position, uses the AOG to try and close the distance, but by then it's already too late. The damage has already been done. Not to mention that also, you know, passive coming in from Pagu, shredding away at the little bit of life that Kelra actually has, but now he's got the Berserker's Fury on top of the Haas Claws. He's got some real damage in his belt right now, and unless Sans can keep him protected, they want the traditional front to back.
If Onyx didn't have that Lord that Aurora Gaming had to deal with, Aurora Gaming would have followed through in that fight. Seaboom knew he had to go back, clear it out. So, and they maintained the base turrets. Again, falling from this deficit, Aurora Gaming able to go ahead and find a moment, but I think that was just, you know, a little mistake from Onyx. Again, they still have a great lead. They still have Kyrie didn't go down, so he's, you know, his stacks that he's built up over this time has been okay. And as you mentioned, Kelra now has another item locked in here. Even Sans getting a little more defense locked in with that Bruce Force breastplate.
This is where things are going to be a little dicey all across the board here. And Keyboy already making sure he's able to slow down the auto attacks coming in from Sigiboom. Chastise Pauldron, a pretty important purchase in case that he just needs a sliver of health to survive. A lot of brute force breastplates across the board as well.
Well, they again to kind of help with this physical damage throughput, especially with Tenzi. The way he's built up. I mean, he's even got a little mix of defensiveness there with the Queen's Wings locked in. But it's just been, I think, one thing that really stands out throughout these, you know, even the group stage now and the knockout stages, just the way the teams have executed these team fights is so crucial. Herrera obviously allows you to have a little more room to work with in comparison to a Paquito. So Tienzi really has to not get kind of faked out. I feel like that's what happens with a lot of times when the Herrera's across from you and you're dealing with it. You've just got so much to work with. And that's why, again, the responsibility of Pagu so crucial here on landing these Wrath of Dryads. Lutfi going to be forced out of that brush alongside Keyboy. So it's a face-off for this Lord.
Just look at the way that they have to play, right? The only person who may be able to bait a reaction from Onyx is Sigabo because he's such a high-priority target. Now, Onyx, they don't have control over this, and Kyrie is ready to hop over the pit, but look at them in lane. They get that first shove. They're going to reset this, and they're looking for an interception. Oh, are we going to get punished for getting knocked up by the Lord? Luckily, they don't.
Luffy, okay, he's still half health. They're going to bring back Lunar. Lunar dropping down the Glorious Pathway to cut off Luffy, but that's not the target you want to go for. If you're Aurora Gaming, and now couple ultimates expended here from Aurora Gaming. Lord will just reset as the space does.
At least they set the conditions. We used a lot of our ultimates, but we got a really good push down on that mid lane that Onyx has to respond to. Losing a free inhibitor turret is unacceptable at this stage of the game. And I think that at least for Aurora, they know they've hit the 43k mark. Their carries have the damage. Tianzi and Sigabom are ready to fight. The question is, can they get some value or discounts from Lunar or even Pagu?
They saw Tianzi up in the top lane. They wanted to blitz this Lord, but it resets anyway. So again, a good choice here to just kind of back off. Keyboy was there, gave them the information. Meanwhile, Onyx still looking to bait Aurora Gaming into a fight. Quarter the health on this Lord. Whoa. It's going to reset once again. Look at the positioning here from Keyboy.
Oh
Luffy,
my God.
Consecration drop down. Pagu goes in with the flicker at the Dryad. Kalra's still going to be fine though. Torn apart memory. Pagu goes down. Tienzi can't find an opening. He's trapped. Even with an immortality, Kyrie gets a double. Onyx with the team fight victory here will get them the Lord.
What an incredible read from Kalra. What an incredible read. He reacted perfectly to the scenario. Winner crown just in time because Pagu, he keeps on doing this. Keep your eyes here. He sees it instantly. Winner crown to dodge the entire thing, and he still has the corrosive strikes to make sure that he can finish everybody off. He's marked them, he's tagged them, he's outplayed them. Got in the gold lane for a reason.
Yeah, what a move there. Again, it's a KK connection, just a different one for this. And now knocking on the mid turret. They're going to go ahead, force it down. Whoa, Keyboy taking a lot of damage here. He wants to get away, does with the Avatar of the Guardian defensively with a sliver of health. He'll regen it back up. They still have the Lord making its way here. So Onyx can go ahead and walk this into at least a base turret, potentially knocking down two. Aurora Gaming wanting to hold on.
Oh, some really scary stuff. Really, really scary stuff. And you can see that Aurora, unfortunately without the Glorious Pathway, it's a lot harder for them to go on the chase. For Onyx, they can naturally do it, right? They have many different ways of using iframes and immobilizing, trading with one another, you know, the push and pull from Keyboy alongside with Kyrie to maintain their presence. Keyboy, he wants it, but they're not going to give him that option just yet. Oh my God.
Rosa, look at the damage. Rosa's going to have to be careful here, half health. But again, I think Aurora Gaming is going to be happy with that defense. They keep up two base turrets. Onyx gets one. They play the discipline route, and they'll back off for now. Again, they don't want to push it too far in. Even with, again, with this kind of lead, the composition, they can't get caught in a bad state here under these base turrets. So happy with one. Still have plenty of time for that next Lord to come up here. But looking at the items again, you know, now that you've already seen the Winter Crowns come to play, the Immortalities, you're going to see some item swaps up to this point.
Dom Ice already complete as well, making sure there's some kind of anti-heal and anti-shield. Oh, wait. Interception angle potentially here.
He's going to get Unbreakable taunted. Should be able to get away. Good coverage there, though, by Aurora Gaming. Again, you can see they have to play together here. They're most likely going to get poked down, half health or so. Pagu finally gets into Immortality, though.
Oh, man, Kyrie. Man, Hirara is such a busted hero. So many cooldowns. It's like, it feels like she's got 6 abilities sometimes, but...
She's not Suyo.
Yeah, she's not Suyo. Even though she has more abilities than Suyo at level 2 compared to level 3, you know, no big deal here. I can't wait for 4 abilities at level 1.
Eventually
we're going to get there. But the scary thing about it is that Kyrie understands that he's allowed to actually take the first move. Because until we see the trigger being pulled by Lunar, they know that Aurora ain't really in it. Their hearts aren't in it to go for the all-out fight without that condition. And as long as Kyrie has iframes to play with, he can do this all day, all night.
Yeah, it almost feels like Aurora Gaming's it's still used. Glorious Pathway, they're going right for Kelra, okay. They get an Avatar of the Guardian out, plus the Flicker. Burnt from Kelra. 10 seconds for this Lord to come up. I would say that's value for Aurora.
That's a lot of value, actually. Wait, I want to see what Onyx is going to do after this, right? Because now that Kelra doesn't have his Flicker, Winter Crown is going to get purchased here. Let's see if they correct the waves, because unless they can correct the waves, bot side is on a slow push, mid is neutral, top side is getting corrected by Aurora. And I think that Onyx, despite having a 6.9k lead, I don't know if Kelra has enough money to go for an item swap after that.
Yeah, this might be one of those cases where, again, you just delay this as much as you can here. If they can.
Okay. Ludwig having to use his ult. And Kyrie still dancing around. Yeah, they're not going to do much about this. And I think that Aurora recognized that, you know what? As long as Kelra ain't showing himself and he doesn't have that flicker, it's not that big of a deal. Take away our purple. We don't care about this. Look at that top side. It's already shoving in bot side as well. Kirara shows up and now Aurora takes the space.
Oh! Rosa goes in with a flicker, but Sans able to react in time. That setup not going to follow through. Now Lunar, unbreakable taunted. He's going to take a shot. Here, couple marks. They have to back off, though. This isn't the fight they wanted. Avatar to the Guardian, not going to connect, but it's Pagu. Immortality pop. This should be a kill for Onyx. He goes in with the flicker. Wrath the Dryad drops down. Kyrie gets a kill, but Sigibone fires back with a crown already used. They're in it for now. TNZ, Immortality. They're going to chase him down. He has nowhere to go as Onyx wins the team fight. He'll start up the Lord.
Great reaction time coming in from Sans. If he died there, I think that could have been it. It could have been the turnaround that Aurora were looking for. But that's what I'm telling you. That glorious pathway is the key to everything right now. A beautiful rotation from Kyrie alongside with Kelra to open up a different angle and forcing Pagu into a pretty awkward position. But you can tell that Sigabum, Keyboy, he's eating so many shots from Sigabum. It takes way too long.
Well, they're in the pace. They took out Rosa. Now Sigibum trying to get some revenge here. Kyrie has an immortality. He's got enough work to room with. Oh, Sigibum! Nowhere to go. Double for Kelra. That is it. It's going to take us to a game of 5 in this matchup with Onyx in Aurora Gaming.
Are you not entertained? We finally get a full series here in our playoffs. Great job as Onyx pulls it back to match point 2-2. These teams are so equally matched in so many different ways. The slightest advantages in the drafts is a make it or break it. And I think Rosa is probably thinking to herself, man, if only I didn't have to recall at level 1, this could have been different.
It's kind of like what happened to Sans in the last game and how things fell apart for Onyx in game 3, but they made the adjustments and they executed well. Again, yeah, you said it, Gideon. It's so well matched here between these two. I mean, both teams have really surprised us, especially I think everybody when Aurora Gaming came through, swinging through, the group stages, but Onyx themselves have adapted so well, not just in the draft, but in the execution here. There's plays and highlights across the board with this lineup as we look at the highlights here from STC. It was just from start to finish. I mean, this is also our longest game throughout the series, I believe.
Yes.
The 20-plus minute mark here. But talk about the team fighting prowess from both these teams.
Oh, so much. There's so much to kind of cover here, and especially with Kelra's overall performance, you would imagine that at some point, Kelra would have started to struggling against the frontliners of Pagu alongside with Lunar, but their eyes are not targeted towards Kelra sometimes. Sometimes, when you're fighting these neutral objectives, you're looking at the enemy jungle, and moments where they finally put their attention on Kelra is when he doesn't have that flicker. Step 1, get his battle spell out. Yeah. Step number 2, can we also catch Kyrie in these moments? And if we can, that's fine. Let's just take out Kelra, guaranteed.
Oh, again, there were so many good plays like this. That Winter Crown usage from Kelra, able to go ahead and cap out the torn apart memory, just the coverage that he had too from Keyboy and Sans. I mean, Keyboy's job alone was so difficult. I mean, it wasn't like he was landing all these Avatar of the Guardians, but he was still providing space for Kyrie and Kelra to move around with. Loopy was doing the same thing, just not as flashy, obviously, on Uranus, but still providing so much value for these team fights.
But Loopy is literally the border of their territory. Wherever Loopy is, they cannot walk past him, and that's so frustrating because Sans can cover so many different angles at once. Well, I don't want to go further into this. I got to save it over for our panel as we throw it back to Rain Day. What do you think about this game?
Well, what else can you think when a crowd erupts here in Paris because Onyx have tied up our series, our first full-length best of 5, and what better teams to have it with? Aurora Gaming, potentially the new boss. Onyx says, wait, don't forget about us. Indonesia's last hope now has tied it. 1 game will decide who goes forward and if Onyx will have a chance to defend their 2023 championship, or if we will see MSC with a new champion crown later on. Rain Day back with Brig and LaFell. Guys, that was something worth talking about because that was our longest game. That was also a game that saw so many moments that still could have shifted towards Aurora, but Onyx finally tied it up. Brig, I said I would have loved to see what would have happened if we got another game in that best of 3.
Onyx seem to have an answer. Every time Aurora strikes back, they strike him again.
Yeah, I wonder if Onyx have ever played the game where you just have to like catch these falling sticks and collect all of them. At least like all of them, like there were
That's a good question.
Because like the reaction times that they had in this game were ridiculous. You saw the highlights, you saw that one Wintercraft play from Kelra, and buy and sells everywhere from both of these teams.
Now, honestly, that's a very good point because that's the point that I was gonna make because Onyx is known as the Sky Kings, and the reason why they got that moniker before is because of their incredible reaction time, right? We've seen multiple clips coming in from Sans where an engage came out of nowhere, right? In the bush, and he was able to react to it. And I gotta say, this is where all 5 members of Onyx understanding that we were selected to be a part of Onyx because of our reaction time, and they utilized that to the fullest against Aurora here. So talk about going back to your identity. They just go back to their unfair advantage that they were born with.
And the Gatakacha also kind of opened things up towards the end. I think they gave themselves enough engage and counter-engage there alongside the Uranus to open things up for Zushin. The Harara looked better, and Kyrie was getting some big moments. Brig, you felt like you wanted to answer on that as well. And Kelra also on the Brody, it worked.
It's comfort on top of the fact that they just really stuck with their strengths. And it's something we've been asking for them, and now you see it to its fullest potential, brought to us by Onyx here through their sheer gameplay. I loved how they individually were able to really shine in terms of what you really want to see from them. They've made things a lot more difficult for Aurora too, I'd say, because naturally, if you look at their heroes, you really want to go for either Kelra or maybe even Sans, probably the squishiest heroes, especially if you're Rosa on the Eudora, but Sans, a pretty tanky hero himself, and even Kelra taking advantage of the range and maybe doubling down on it, because it was also a relatively early pickup on the Malefic gun, I believe, that he decided to go for, so that just granted him a lot more room to play around with, less
Is racing against your own limit. I don't need a rearview mirror, because I never look back. master your rage. Make it your the light of Manoa will shine once more.
The secret to being a good gunner. The secret to being a good careful. This rifle is very precious to me. Careful! This rifle is very precious. Let me give you a tour of Erudicio, starting with the best street.
an answer there, and they just deal with the Fanny whenever she shows up.
That can be. Hopefully just a bit not too much of a reaction just towards the Fanny pick if they really go lock down the Eudora and the Cho combo together. Because if you do decide to go for that route, that might be the safest, yes, because the fighters in the middle lane option that we talked about previously is something you really have to consider, because if your ultimate is a big ultimate, then I think Onyx would just equally benefit from that too, because they have their hands on the Valentina. So if we, let's say, consider the Ruby in mid, then I think Onyx would be just as happy with that to layer it together with the Barretts and whoever Kiboy would eventually pick up here in the draft. So Aurora have to be very particular with this.
The other thought is how much pressure are we putting on Barretts? We know that when Lunar can win that EXP lane, it helps them win very early. It's possible that we see a lot of pressure there.
Yeah, but I feel like Barat should win against the Uranus. Like, even if you don't win, you're able to get out of lane faster. And I feel like that's going to be the determined thing. Onyx, they pick up at Harif. Technically not a marksman, but a traditional gold laner here. And now they answer with a Claude as well as the Eudora.
Yeah.
This looks like the most standard draft Aurora has shown in quite a while here. So I think this one, they realize it's not about the draft anymore.
No.
Like, there's only so much the coaching staff can do. Now it's 100% on the players.
Gotta make sure the execution goes smooth for Aurora this time, going for a very standard draft. But for Kiboy in Rome,
Gato was good. I like the counter.
yeah, Gato can be.
Minotaur's banned. Atlas banned. Belleric still available, right? That could also be an option.
Honestly, yeah, Belleric can still be an option, because for now, I feel like for Onyx, almost any pick in the Rome can really help them out here. And there you go. They pick up the Belleric. Also kind of good going up against the Claude, Uranus, Cho. So
who do they want to pick up? Who does this Cho work against on the side of Onyx? Who's the priority?
No one.
No one. So that's
if you can catch Fanny, great. But
wow,
I don't know about that.
At best, probably just disrupt. Because
Yeah.
Onyx will just go all in the team fights.
Who are you leaning towards, guys? Final game.
I'm leaning towards Onyx.
I have to go for Onyx.
Onyx. Wow. Indonesian champions in 2023 trying to go back and win in the semifinal. Aurora trying to prove that they deserve to be on the main stage. It's one game away that decides it. A best of 5 turned into a best of 1. Aurora Gaming versus Onyx. Turkey versus Indonesia. Let's send it back over to our casters, Gideon and Naisu, for game 5 at MSC.
Two teams walked into this arena at the Esports World Cup thinking that they could make some life-changing money. Now they put it all on the line as both teams have pushed it to match point. A single mistake, a single good play could be the difference between a lot of cash here. But now let's jump right into this game as the Land of Dawn has already blessed us with a beautiful series.
And even this draft, Gideon, for game 5 brings us, I feel like, back to the fundamentals, you know, for the most part. Even if you look at Aurora Gaming lineup, our panel talked about it, there's no more things surprising yourself in the draft. It's pretty standard. There's only so much that the coaching staff can do. It comes down to that execution. Onyx on the same foot, pick up some of their best heroes across the lanes here. Again, to see potentially Kyrie on this Fanny and Kalra having the Harith here, there's something that can be said for the movements, the way they move around the map alone can set things in pace.
Let's set the stage here, because so far, Aurora, you can tell, that top side is definitely going to be their strong side. Lunar playing a much better game this time around, not having to deal with the Esmeralda, but against the Barats, it's going to be a lot easier to kind of outmaneuver and control this lane better, especially since it's a no-go lane. Nobody's going to die here. There's nothing to worry about. But on the bottom side is where it gets interesting. And I was wondering in the draft whether or not, you know, this Cho was going to be the difference maker.
Yeah.
Both sides had to take Purify in this case, so it's a general neutral lane. But knowing Sigibum, he's played this matchup against the Harith many, many times before in the previous year.
We can see this pressure already on these green camps of Kyrie. Pago takes some shots here. Quarter of the health, he's going to have to get on out of there. This is one of the difficult things for Pago to deal with. You know, when asked the question, who's the best target for those kicks? Who's the best person to go for? And it's honestly, it's Kyrie, but as mobile as a Fanny is, that's a tough task to take here. First turtle up for grabs. Onyx going to start it up. Lunar kind of gives that information, but Tienzi's not anywhere near it. So first objective, Turtle, going on it.
They're just uninterested. There's just no reason to fight for it as of right now. Not until they have that kick to start developing a dedicated lead. And Ionic recognized this, right? Sans immediately takes the way of the Dragon on their side in case they could find a moment to snowball this even further. The mid duos have been doing really, really well and have adapted a lot throughout the matches. Now they're going to go down towards their insurance policy. Carol getting a really good freeze here onto Sigaboom. And this is where it starts to get dangerous, right? If Sigaboom unfortunately uses his BMI too early, there's a chance he gets run down by Kelra with the Zaman Force.
It's almost to be on the other side. Loopy using the flicker. Daytona's welcome into the wall. There's the follow through. Nice kick from Sans into the turret. First blood for Kyrie. They find two. Now they're looking for a third. Luna trying to get away here. He's got a sliver of health. Jump back in. There's the counter punch. Taking out Kyrie and Pagu. With the G Kundo, will be able to get away. No follow-through damage. It's a trade, the 2 for 2.
God, that was hot. Pagu, what a, wow. Let's look at this one more time because, again, the play coming in from Sans was good, right? He flickers on over to guarantee the kick to the right side, but that third hit of G Kundo, breaking it up at just the right time, allowing Lunar to survive this, and also using his Purify. He probably should have used it slightly earlier, but it doesn't matter. He got the damage off of his shield, and even for Onyx side, they don't mind this trade at the end of the day. So what if Lunar gets it? We'll eventually be able to deal with it later down the line. So for now, those who found the kills have the money to go even further. Tianzi and as well as Kyrie dead even right now, but only a slight lead, 1 level lead for Tianzi.
I wonder how many times Sans will try to replicate that. You know, take the kick, take that way the Dragon from Pagu, utilize the kick himself, or does he take something else? You know, between Rose's ultimate, that Thundering Wrath can be beneficial too. So Sans will have his work cut out from him, but like we just saw, pretty good here. Sky Piercer now picked up for Tienzi, the second turtle coming through.
All right, Tienzi has to play for cleanup here. They can initiate, walk back, wait for a little bit, and then clean up later. Kyrie, he's got the Heptaseas already ready to go, and he wants to make sure that when he gets on top of a target, that target dies straight away. So now you can see that at least from between Onyx and as well as Aurora, they're constantly trading. They're constantly trading the HP.
Okay, again, way the Dragon held on by Sans. There's the Daytona's welcome. You know, right on the mark. Kyrie coming through. Consecration already going to be used. Quarter of the health on the turtle. Tienzi will secure it. Fight breaks out. Blazing duet, not enough. Keyboy will fall, and then another trade. Kelra has some space to work with. A whole lot of battle spells used up as well. And Tienzi will get away with the iframes here on that Hirara.
He's dancing around here. Kelra playing a dangerous game. And you can tell by that positioning, unfortunately, the Zaman Force might not be enough there. Onyx now trying to set something up. They want to see Sigaboom, but they don't notice him just yet. He's hiding in the bush, and the denial of information has caused Onyx to give up on the dive.
Okay, they're going to get forced out of there. They wanted to make a play, but luckily Sigaboom has that protection. Pagu, there's the kick right on cue. Purify's still available. Now it's pop. Kyrie joined the fight, swinging on through, gets stunned, Thundering Wrath down. Pagu trying to get away, burns the flicker. He will survive. Neither team falling in the exchange bottom.
You can tell how antsy both sides are. Sigaboom luckily doesn't get his recall canceled, but that will mean that bottom tier 1 is under threat. They are willing to trade topside, but at least from Kyrie's POV, easily is able to dodge out of the right ability. Sans, does he get the turret? Oh, it's almost one auto attack. It's as good as gone.
Yeah. Take a little bit longer to take that one down, but pretty much Onyx just trying to find what they can across the map here. It's really neck and neck in Game 5 so far, Gideon. Again, this is exactly how you want this series to pan out here. Neither team really pulling the switch just yet. Pedal to the metal, but right now it's going to be a tier 1 that falls on our side. Whoa, already some pressure there. Rosa burning the flicker to survive. Actually, Sans burning his flicker, and now trying to secure that purple buff. They do just that. Pagu forcing himself out of side of the jungle. So this is just a battle for buffs and just tier 1s.
And you know that Hirara generally has a bit of an advantage in these moments, especially with slight leads on their sides. Best part yet, the iframes making it even harder, especially since you can control the timing of when you decide to drop down that falling maple. In the meantime, though, as we can see Aurora alongside with Onyx contesting for the space at this point. The main contestant is having control over this mid lane. If we see Tianzi make a mistake here, luckily he doesn't walk into the lane, goes for the Lethal Wanderer instead and let Sigaboom actually absorb this wave. Onyx miss out that opportunity.
Okay, waiting patiently here too. Last turtle of the game. 1 for 1 across both sides for this objective. Onyx will play it a little bit slow. Keyboy waiting, he's got a flicker available. Conceal gonna be used, he's gonna force the fight for this third turtle anyway. They get stunned in their tracks. Kyrie jumping through, takes the turtle away. Daytona's welcome. Into the wall he goes and Rosa's gone. Now Pagu, nowhere to run either as he's collapsed down by Onyx. They got the objective and the kills.
That was a hot play coming in from Onyx. It felt calculated beginning to end. The timing of Keyboy utilizing his Wrath of the Dryads, not to mention just an amazing flicker Detona's welcome right onto Rose's face. Nothing they could do at that point. They reached, they grabbed, and they caught the ball out of the air from Aurora. Let's look at this replay one more time because as Kyrie makes this play, oh, it catches afterwards, but it catches just enough. With Rosa already down and Tianzi having no combo points to actually go into his iframes, literally nothing you could do there.
That's the thing too, the fact that it's broken walls and you have this fanny, you can utilize that little extra opening on these turtle pits or eventually the Lord pits, something that you can do here. So Kyrie can kind of just swing on through into those fights, following through the Wrath of Dryad. They're going to do it again onto the tier 2, already forcing the fight and Sigabum is gone! Where did he go? And Lunar to follow, a double for Kyrie. And now Tianzi went into the rest, Wrath of Dryad, plus the taunt, loads him up! Triple kill for Kyrie, making a possible maniac on the fanny.
Woo! A statement being made by Onyx right now as they're looking to crack open bottom side tier 2, and they've evened out this score. 3.2k lead in their hands. Things are getting extremely dangerous for Aurora. Sigabum, he's got to be careful here. That BMI is literally his only lifeline. Just watch, as soon as the BMI drops, you see that Kelra said, hell no, we dive in this. We're sending the goon squad to take him out.
And they line this up so well for the whole team, but for Kyrie just to make those plays again on this fanny. How do you keep track of them? I mean, we've asked the question all darn MSC. How do you keep track of Aurora? Well, when you put the fanny in the hands of someone like Kyrie or any of these specialists, this is what you have to deal with too. It feels like its own iframes.
It's tough. It's really tough. Kyrie has been playing a really strong game here. Those cables have been ultra accurate at dodging some key abilities from the side of Aurora. Even Lunar, I think he can't be that frontline that they're hoping that he can be right now. He hasn't won his lane hard enough. And with the 8 extra assists, well, technically 5 extra assists that Lutfi has been able to gain for himself and to chastise Waldron, he is so thick. Luckily, Lunar is able to get one of his own.
This Lord is being started up here, holding it at half health. Onyx with a clear lead. They have control of this. They might be able to just go ahead and secure this. It looks like they are going to do just that as Tianzi is up top. They have the information, and Onyx will play around now with this first Lord secured.
Mitrio has been playing a phenomenal game here for the side of Onyx. And unfortunately, for the side of Aurora, they've missed their window to develop their snowball even further. With the Maniac being given over to Onyx's side, resetting them from all that early game pressure that they were applying. Now they have to hope that Sigabum gets the right items at the right time here because Tianzi can only do so much. He's so close to finishing the Golden Staff.
So close here. Lord slowly approaching that bottom side. Again, with this kind of lead, Sigabum just needs more time. He just doesn't have enough firepower here. And if they take out Rosa, so much damage of this profile for Aurora Gaming is expended. And they slowly walk this one in. This Lord coming down to this bottom side. Keyboy popping the conceal, looking for a potential flicker play. Lord's going to go ahead and charge into the base turret. They already pop off some damage, trying to keep them at bay, and Lunar has to disengage. They just want to clear out this Lord. They want to hold on to these base turrets. Kelra jumping in with his Almond Force, pushing him off the turret just to secure it. And now Onyx will go ahead and call it off. They look for more space turrets. Up top, Kyrie. Tianzi holding it in bay. They hold on to 2 base turrets for now.
Onyx right now just aren't falling for any of the typical tricks. They're going to lose another shielding here. Yeah, that's pretty much everything. Onyx have set this up for a final push with the next Lord. If they can... wait, do they have the ults? They do!
Charge in. Loopy jumping in, and they still the Wrath of Dryad. They're going to force the fight anyway. Loopy gone, and Sigabum too. Kyrie's still going. They're cut off from each other. Pagu trying to get away. Kelra, a couple shots, still has the shield. They're so low, though. Aurora Gaming might want to punish. They're still following through. Tianzi has mobility, but they will rely on the conceal to get away.
And Sans, he's ready to intercept every single time. Onyx, they are well connected right now. And Aurora, they've tried a couple of feints here.
Yep.
They've tried a couple of motions where Pagu is trying to bait a reaction out of Onyx, but they're just not flinching anymore. And I think that confidence is starting to build up. It's surmounting to some real damage in Kelra. He's not dropping the ball. Same goes for Sans.
Look at the disparity of damage dealt by the key members here of Aurora Gaming. Tianzi there at the bottom, Siggy Boom there at the bottom, and look at the difference for Onyx. Such a big difference in terms of damage, and that's just because of how these team fights have played out. Onyx has all the room to work with, especially for counter up provided by this team that Sigaboom has just been trying to catch up. And we know this, Gideon, when you are delayed this much on that power spike for the Claude, it's really tough to get back into the zone in this one.
It is hard, but at the same time, they've got some decent wave clear on their end between Tianzi, Sigaboom, and as well as Rosa. They should be the ones who are proactively trying to work together to clean these lanes, while Pagu and Lunar needs to delay lanes. On the opposite end, Onyx very happy to be in this position. You know, they still have access to those steel cables, and Kyrie can do whatever he wants. Go to top side, set up the wave, reset the Lord again. They can do this all day, all night.
They got to clear out that bottom wave here. They do just that. Half health on this Lord. Onyx has control. Looking to see if they can bait something from Aurora Gaming. Doesn't happen. So objective secured. We'll have to see Aurora Gaming's lineup if they can defend once again. Already losing one base turn on the last push. They maintain 2. Are they in a position to withstand another push in?
Aurora decided not to. So now that they decided to, you know what? We're going to let the Galore come in. There's a pretty good chance that they lose all their inhibitor turrets. And that's a dangerous decision to make, because all of this is so that they can get to the 42k mark where they have an option to maybe try and get a good team fight down to turn the tides. But I don't know how they're going to get neutral objectives. And until we see a full wipeout on Onyx end, I don't think Aurora necessarily can push through just yet.
Keyboy walking in on that bottom side here. Lord already in the base. Still has a flicker available. The Lord's actually going to go down very quickly from Aurora Gaming, so they maintain it. They still have some waves pushing in. Onyx might look to take down one base turret, this mid lane, as Kelra jumps forward. Already, Rocket's going to force the flicker route now. They're trapped under the turret anyway. Rosa's gone again, and Pagu trying to buy the time off the kick. Kyrie might chase him down. The rest of the team's going to force the fight in the base. Kyrie joining them now. Sigaboom with the blazing duet to clear out the lanes. They just want to stay in the game, but Kyrie keeps them together, and now they'll disengage. They still have this wave, but Onyx too low.
Oh my goodness, the item swap right at the very end there. Sigaboom, holy cow. Holy cow. That was a dangerous moment. If it wasn't for that Rose goal, he would have died to the cutthroat coming in from Kyrie. They are out to get him.
Yeah.
The checkbox is simple. Wait for the stun to come out of Rosa. Once Tianzi is down to only one combo point, then it becomes very easy to get on top of Sigaboom, especially since so many times he walks up to try and dish out damage to specifically Lutbean as well as Keyboy. I think that's where you see a lot of the vision starts to narrow down. He's got to open the mind back up here. He's got to look for different angles. His main concern really is going to be Kelra and Kyrie. Once those go down, there's a good opportunity that Aurora can win the fight afterwards. Win a crown purchase from Kelra to make a play of his own here, but I'm trying to figure it out. Can Rosa actually find a good opportunity to stun someone? Because Kyrie never shows.
That's such a tall task here for Aurora Gaming. Playing on the back foot the past 10 plus minutes, or essentially this whole game. They're looking for a way to potentially turn this over in their favor, but there's just so much they have to do. They're going to go in and scout out. I think the main point of contention is, do they actually try to contest this Lord when it comes up? You know, it's not going to be evolved just yet unless for some reason Onyx delays it enough to go ahead and go through that, and I fear that if it is an evolved Lord, it's going to be tough. But look at this pressure already up top. Immortality swapped in by Tianzi. Wrath of Dryad used as well.
Wait.
So an attempt here, but now Onyx, what do they want to do?
Look at the coverage. Look at the coverage for Lutbi as well as Sans. Beautiful push and pull here. Tianzi able to bait out the Wrath of the Dryads, and honestly, Onyx, they don't mind. They're like, okay, sure, no Wrath of the Dryads. We want you to come to us, actually. We want you to come just when Wrath of the Dryads is about roughly 8 seconds, maybe even 12 seconds, and then we're going to dance. We're going to keep on dancing, because unfortunately for you, super minions are always going to be knocking on your door, and we like to keep the porch clean.
And they got a Fanny. They can play the long lane if he wants to, right? Kyrie can go ahead, put pressure there if he needs to, but he's going to wait for this purple buff to be up. They know this Lord is up. They can delay it a little bit further if they want to. Aurora Gaming looks to go ahead and try to get in position here. I'm not sure if this is exactly what they want to do, but it just might be one last-ditch effort if they can. TNZ swinging around. Onyx does it. Oh, the flicker forward. TNZ making his way to this fight. Can he turn it around? Pocket with the kick. It's on Kyrie. Immortality are going to be bopped. Kyrie's going to get out there. TNZ also trying to buy space, but Pagu falls, and now it's all falling apart. Winter Crown with the Blazing Do It from Singing Bomb, but it's not enough. Calra gets a double. Aurora, they still have TNZ up, but Lunar on the disengage. This fight might just be over. Kyrie joining the fight, cabling on through. He has what he needs. He's going for TNZ. He's got the immortality till he doesn't. And now Onyx will clean it up. And Lunar can't do anything. Onyx will move on forward with the hope of Indonesia as they douse out the lights of Aurora Gaming.
One hell of a game. And Onyx, no disappointed smiles. Everybody knew that this was going to be one hell of a game, and they find it and they break through. A crushing defeat for Aurora. God, that's the nature of competition. What a sweaty game.
What a series. 5 games for this one. Again, we wouldn't have it any other way, and man,
Master your rage. Make it your... The light of Manoa will shine once more.
rifle is very...
Master your rage. Make it. I've lost too much. This time,
The secret to being a good gunner. Careful! This rifle is very precious to me.